Okay, first of all, quick sound check, please. All right, everybody, welcome to the trading room for Thursday, March the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm talking a little bit early today. Actually, I forgot. I forgot to wait five minutes. That's okay. Just on a personal note, we were talking about that WTRH yesterday, all day yesterday, and I was waiting for, I think it was a 160 odd break. Anyway, I ended up taking that post market right here, right after hours at 216, and I had traded some out at 274 after hours yesterday, and then this morning some at 324. So I have a little bit left. We'll see what happens. Of course, Apron is still screaming higher. So we'll see what happens on that one. Now, I have, this is being pumped. I see it being pumped. This KNOS. It's just a pink sheet stock. I'm intrigued by it. See what happens. Okay, if you read what they do, it's just a wild, wild one. I want to see what happens with this one. It's just pink. It's just a pink, pink sheet stock. So, okay, I am going to put myself on mute just for another couple of minutes, and I'll rejoin at 9:05. Okay. All right. Okay, now the official welcome. All right, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, March the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And I think I've already had the sound check, so that is good. And as I mentioned before, I finally, it's funny, I went for my bike ride. I came back after hours and I saw that WTRH had popped through that area that I was really wanting it to get through, which was right, I think it was right around near that 171 area. And then I took it after hours at 216. I did trade some out in after hours, 276. And then this morning at 324, I think 225. So there you go. Now we've got some other ones. Obviously Blue Apron is still ripping higher here. Incredible, at least it was. Yeah, I mean it's given up some, but I mean it's still up 35%, 580. Now there's some other little food cores that we hadn't seen before. Food cos, I guess. Berg, B-U-R-G. And I think a lot of these guys, what they're trying to do, of course, is say, hey, we'll deliver. So B-U-R-G is one. Rave, I think, is another. And we saw Grill yesterday, G-R-I-L. We saw Grill yesterday. So there are three that could still be pretty hot. Again, the new entry was I think I saw Rave before, but definitely did not see B-U-R-G. And again, all low floats. And this is one that I almost took, the same sort of thing yesterday. Almost took it right here, but I didn't. BMRA had a tremendous day yesterday, and so far a huge follow-through day. And again, all to do, I'll just blanket it like virus drug, or virus play. Oh, the other little one, IFMK, forgot to mention IFMK. So here's another one. A food company. On the flip side, boy, Beyond Meat is just getting creamed here again. It had hit $50 or underneath, yeah, right at 50. It's popped a little bit here. Beyond Meat, BYND. Myrna it's such a, I mean, this is just one, I guess it's all for me anyway. It's impossible to day trade it, but I guess if you just have the faith. But Myrna, again, another little pop up, but it has pulled back $1. Now, I'm shying away from these little virus plays, but I'll point it out. SGNX. I think I wrote down the symbol wrong. It's probably SNGX. Let me just see. SNGX, is that right? Yeah, I wrote down the symbol wrong. So if you look at the alerts, yeah, so it should be SNGX. But anyway, SNGX, virus play. Low float, 16.9 million in the float. Bud, man, oh man, Budweiser. Keeps sinking, sliding down, Budweiser. And look at space. Remember, geez, it seems like just yesterday, this was that $42 stock, $10 now, SPCE. I mean, it was already falling before, but I mean, man, oh man, look at space. So it's sitting right at $10. And this is, now, it'll be interesting to see what happens with BNTX today. It's had the big gap down, but it looks like it's trying to recover again. Of course, this is another huge virus play. MBRX is another virus play. Lots of volume, 3.5 million shares. Look at that, 80% pop up. Now, this one did be somewhat interested in. First of all, a couple of things that have to happen. The 200-day moving average is 102. It did pop up in the pre-market. Looks like it got up to $1.19. So we'll see what happens once this market opens. Work is popping here, guys. Work, W-O-R-K, is popping up here. Now, a couple of other ones. Now, Uber had a pop. I don't know if it has maintained it. Yeah, Uber actually is, and Lyft did not follow. LYFT did not follow. So there's Uber, a little bit of a pop for Uber. Keep an eye on APDN. I know somebody in the room mentioned this one yesterday. It had a nice run at the end of the day, little run after hours. It's pulled back a little bit here, but keep an eye on APDN. I'm sure it must be a virus play. All right, just give me a second here. I just have to check my YouTube feed. There we go. Okay, just one thing I have to do. Okay, just popped out the chat, so now I can follow along. Anybody posts anything in the YouTube feed, I can follow along now. All right, 912. Well, so if you were following the futures overnight, you know it was an incredibly wild ride. At one point, I think we're up about 500, then we're down about 500, and so we're inching up just a little bit. I know at least we won't have a limit down on the open. All right, let me just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. You know, there's just so many. WW is worth watching. Easy money. Okay, and welcome to the room. All right, I'll get some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades in. NCLH is actually popping up a little bit. I mean, man, do you trust this? I mean, do you trust any of these cruisers or airlines popping? I might even just suspend putting in these upgrades and downgrades for a while. I mean, it's almost irrelevant right now, and there's so many of each. What does it really mean now? Maybe I'll just look at the ones from Goldman if there are any. All right, I just have a few. I just put a few of them in. Lee, WW means worth watching. Thank you, Edward. You too. Well, yeah, on a somewhat positive note, I mean, you know, on a personal, we went to our local Safeway last night at about 8 o'clock at night, and, you know, it was reasonably stocked. I mean, other than not being able to get any meat, which you didn't care about, or toilet paper, you know what? It was almost business as usual. So I was kind of surprised. I had no idea what to expect. And that was, you know, that was late, but I wasn't going there. But, you know, plenty of canned goods, plenty of everything, really. I wasn't really sure what to expect. All right, guys, I'm going to just stop now. I mean, there's just so many upgrades and downgrades. So, no, I'm not a vegetarian, but I mean, I don't. If I don't have meat for a while, it's not gonna kill me. We have some frozen stuff. So I mean, it was just more of an observation. And yeah, I mean, I went there at 8 at night too. I mean, as the butcher said, the meat will be stocked in the morning, but I didn't really care. I was more interested just to see, okay, but open the doors and boom, everything was there. So good Lord, HTs. I mean, I'm just stunned at all these. Look at U.S. Steel. I mean, U.S. Steel $5, GE $6. I mean, a lot of these were already beaten up even before. American Airlines $11. Ford's like $4, I think now. $4. I don't know where General Motors is. General Motors $16. Wow. The old pillars of the U.S. economy. Chanticleer, kind of an interesting one. Again, this is I think what a lot of these little food like full service restaurants, but I think what they're trying to say is, hey, we'll deliver. The promo code is still on, guys. I'm just going to pop that into the room, probably at least for today. So you can still get 20% off a Trade Ideas subscription. First month only or the entire year. There's the promo code PADDY, PADDY. Yeah, BMRA definitely, it had some traction. It had a tremendous after hours move, really. I mean, I almost took this one. I decided to take the other one, which is just hanging tough here, 333, 334. Again, if you're just coming into the room now, I did actually take this one after hours at 216. Sold some after hours at 275. I've sold some this morning at 323. Of course, it's piggybacking on Apron, really, APRN, which is still, it's pulled back somewhat, but well, the interesting thing will be that once, fingers crossed, I mean, it will end at some point. We'll see if people's habits really change. They get so used to home delivery of a Blue Apron type service. Will they maintain it as they get really used to it? One I didn't mention, and I still don't quite get why. I know it's not a virus play, but Shift Pixie now it is falling. It's actually giving up quite a bit. But Pixie is, and it's such a low float. I mean, even if that's not exactly correct, 332,000, and this was active yesterday. It was active yesterday, got all the way up to 17. Man, I didn't see that. Got all the way up to 17 and it pulled back to $9. So I mean, that's just now, so it's 11.50 right now, but it did get up to almost 14.50 or so in the pre-market. So I don't know really what's going on with this, to be honest. I keep looking for some news, the latest news on it. I just don't see anything. So if anybody has any, I mean, this used to be a crypto play. So guys, I have decided just to see, I've turned on my watch list up and down on auto trading mode. And see, just going to test it today. You know, if so, when we start getting alerts from my watch list at around 9:45, certainly nothing before. I have a time delay on it, so we'll see what happens. I have to see what the market's doing. Again, if you want to follow my watch list, which quite frankly was had a spectacular day yesterday, both on the upside and the downside. If you click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows right there. Now remember, I say this every day, but you know there are new people. So if you click on anything from a channel bar, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you click on anything, including my Windows. That's the WTRH J-Trade. And then when you click on my channel, then you'll see these three windows, a couple other charts, but you can follow along the watch list all day long. You know what? I wouldn't mind that. You know, in terms of suspending all short selling. I mean, obviously there's plenty of money to be made on the short side, but just don't close the markets. That's... Yeah, see, oil had a little bit of a pop. I mean, a pop, what, to 23 something? Imagine saying that is a pop. Yeah, that one video that's gone viral about that, I mean, let's call it what it is. The kid talking about, hey man, like I planned for this spring break for 2 to 3 months. Yeah, unless we embrace the fact that we're all in this together, and I mean all, not just the states, it's the world. I mean, it's going to be awfully hard to control it. No. I think what would happen, SkyMonk, they would never. I don't think they would do that. I think what they would do is allow you maybe 30 days or so to exit your short positions. It's just it's just the things that I've been reading about it. You know, I mean, if they're going to stop short selling, they have to allow people. They can't just do it an overnight and say, okay, no more short selling. And by the way, if you're in a short position, too bad. Well, I mean, WTRH has room. I mean, I don't know where it's going. I have no idea. But I mean, why I was so interested in it in the first place. I mean, obviously what we were looking at here is looking at a stock that might somewhat piggyback what Apron was doing. Now, this is not exactly the same, obviously. First of all, it's more regional. I believe they're only in the southeast of the States. Yeah. So it's more of a regional service, but I'm sure it's a pretty big area. So when Apron was going crazy, you know, obviously interested in trying to find a similar stock. Now, this stock, even before it went crazy, it had earnings. I believe that was its earnings day. Okay, so it already had a pop on earnings. had a bit of a follow through. But I was just kept looking at this fabulous looking monthly chart and looking at the void here, saying, so I mean, where could it go? I mean, it's anybody's guess. But I mean, at least on the when you look at a monthly chart, I mean, the big area of resistance is going to be about 12 something. You know, obviously, if it got anywhere close to that, and I don't know how much more, how much longer I'm going to hold it, but. Yeah, I mean, this is all conjecture, obviously, SkyMonk. I mean, I don't know if they're going to ban short selling. It's certainly been thrown around. Nothing official at all. I haven't heard the White House even, say, hey, we might ban short selling. This is a lot of stuff that you just read about from guys saying, well, this could help if they did that. So I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, they banned short selling of financials in 2008 or 9, I can't remember exactly. For a while, you could not short the financials, financial stocks. Was it 2009? All right, I will get rid of this one, get the count down to a decent level, and then just wait for this market to open. It's amazing how many of these little trusts that I had never even heard. Not. I think I'd heard of this one. So many of them. Huge down days yesterday. Yeah, I think if Apron pops like it is, if it keeps going, yeah. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, the same sort of thing when you look at this on the monthly chart, there is resistance around 2453, but this is an emotional stock right now. I mean, you might have to throw out indicators, and because this is just people. I mean, this is good for this company. Again, I'm really intrigued. Once this is all kind of over, whenever that may be, if people will still maintain the habit of using a service like Blue Apron. I personally, I mean, again, I'm just talking. Oh, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Okay, let's have a great trading day, everybody. But with the cruise ships, I mean, even when, again, I say quote unquote when it's all over, I mean, they're going to have a tough time, I think, convincing people to go on cruises. BMRA accelerating here. Man, oh man. Well, this certainly was this seemed to have more of a legitimate press release yesterday. All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Yeah, for me, I mean, I just don't know what the news is on Pixie. I have no idea. I mean, I can't. You look at the profile and see what they do, but they were also involved in cryptos way back here, so I have no idea why they're popping. Zero idea. Well, that's what it says. That's what it says. You're absolutely right. But if you remember back in the crypto nonsense, they were part of that also. All right. Well, let's see where you're going to go. So as usual, I'll just keep putting price alerts. All right. Well, the SPY is. Imagine if it just sort of did this all day. Just. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Put 4. Why not? Grill guys. Another. Again, trying to capitalize on delivering food. Oh, I see, Frank. Okay. Thank you. Wow, look at AHPI. Oh man, this is on the watch list, but look at AHPI. I'm assuming they're a virus it's a virus play. I'm assuming. There is okay, guys. Keep an eye on Berg, B-U-R-G, a little hamburger, B-U-R-G. Now it's pulled back. Had a high of 160 odd, down to 120. It's a low float, 9.8 million in the float. Stop. Well, WTRH almost at that magic 4. And there we go. Okay. Wow. It's funny, because oh brother. Well, congrats anybody who did what I did. Some of you may have held it from yesterday in normal hours. I mean, I got into it after hours at 216. I mean, it's going to be crazy. I've already sold some out, so. I wish Berg was a little more like. Well, here's Rave. Here's another one, guys. Rave. So I've got my similar. So if you don't have the similar tab, you should definitely get it. You have to have the latest the latest beta. Okay. If you don't have that similar tab, this is going to be a great tab to keep an eye on. Just load it, duplicate the window, and then put it here. I've got the ones up the most and ones down the most. What it's telling me, this is sector. So what's happening? So you click on something in the sector and you see what other stocks are doing in that sector. And so obviously Apron right at the top here, and BZUN for whatever reason right at the bottom. Now this is Berg just got halted. So again, if you don't have that similar tab, all you have to do is go to the subscriptions tab and click on, where are you? Download TI Pro or Beta. And you'll be brought to the download page and scroll down until you see the beta, okay? And download it. I'm going to pop that into the YouTube room also, that link, for those of you who want to download the latest beta. Not sure that link worked. Let me get a better link. And I'm talking about in the YouTube streaming, okay? Let me just put a better link in. Okay. Okay, so if you're following me in the YouTube channel, then just click on that link, the second link, and that'll get you the latest beta. All right, guys, rave. And you know why I'm talking about it. If you have the AI, and also my watch list, you can see rave right there. Now it's very whippy. Look, guys, definitely can't. Look, I tell you right now, I've already, and I'm stuttering here, but I've already traded out the rave. I don't like taking the early ones, but definitely keep an eye on rave. Okay, this could be a great all day. Could be. I mean, look at the room it's got. Oops, that wrong one. Sorry. Look at the room it's got. Actually, I have to revise my thinking on it a little bit here, because it looks like there's some pretty decent resistance right around 160-ish, okay? Typically the halts are 5 minutes, okay, Traderman Rob? Typically, but if it's not 5 minutes, then it'll be it's a multiple of 5, but typically they are 5 minutes long. And again, we're having tons of halts right off the bat again. Wow, BMRA, freaking believable. All right, so you see the AI is had the same thoughts as I did. You see the 2 AI alerts? Those of you with premium. So Berg is back trading. Wow. BMRA. Yeah, well, you know, of course, I could talk about Apron, but I mean, it's completely run away from us. So right now, you'd be in complete and utter chase mode. So, guys, can you see the difference between Berg and Rave? And it's got Berg just got halted again. But can you see the difference between Berg? Look at this weekly chart. Look at this monthly chart and Rave. Now, I'm not saying Rave is not going to keep moving, but it has to get through here. How do you get the AI alerts? You have premium, so you're using the app, right? Or you're using the the app. Okay, so what you do is this. You should have the latest version of Trade Ideas, all right, first of all. I'm only saying that because if you click on new from the channel bar, I'm sorry, not the channel bar, from the toolbar, and then you click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, click on that. This window will pop up, okay? This is the window that you'll see. If you have the latest beta version, it'll say all. If you don't, it'll say Grail, strategy trades Grail. Right click, segments, click on all. Okay, the latest beta version just defaults to having all instead of Grail, okay? Okay? Oh, so if you have the latest beta, then that's all you have to do. If you have premium, I mean, you should, and then what you can do is, if you have a layout, just incorporate this, you know, then save your layout and have this window incorporated into your layout. You don't have to, so you don't have to do it every day. Okay, Philip, I'm reading your post in the YouTube feed. So you have to have, do you see right above where you posted, I posted a download link. Can you see that? Just above where you posted. You can see my screen. So you see right there, the download link. If you click on that, and then you will then just download the latest beta, and the latest beta has the similar tab. Okay? All right, guys, APDN. So APDN, been an interesting one. It actually had a bit of a pullback in the pre-market, and now it is starting to move. It's a virus play. You can see that it took it. Where's the stop on this? $763. Okay. So this is just an experiment for me today to start the auto trading. Okay, there's WT. Wow, what a... So I've been auto taking the entries. Are you kidding, Jay? What is a virus play? Are you kind of kidding or not? I mean, obviously anything that has Any little bio that comes up with a press release that says they're testing the coronavirus? So here are the two AI. These are the two I was following. Okay, here's the other one, guys. Here's another little food company, should say, IFMK. And so the AI is doing basically what I'm doing. The only difference is that the AI was taking them earlier. Now, this is what I was afraid of. I had a too tight a stop on the rave. So so it took me out. So if I'm really watching this, I would have adjusted the stop a little bit downwards just because it's such a apron. Wow. Well, let's hope it WTRH, if you're still in this with me, it drags it along. Okay, guys, I mean, look at this, 38%, $1.40, $1.94. So here's another one. I mean, I have to, if I'm following this, I mean, the stop was so tight for CLB. This is why I didn't really want to get into the auto trading right off the bat and kind of wait a bit. Maybe even probably what I should do is delay it for about 30 minutes. I got it. This is a simulator you see in action, okay? This is a simulator in action. Google, I have no idea. I mean, they had obviously, no, that was Amazon yesterday. I really don't know. I really don't know. Well, guys, Rave, Berg, IFMK. I mentioned those pre-market. You know, again, was too tight a stop. What I should have done is just lowered the stop right in the chart. Now, CLB is actually starting to come back a little bit. Again, that was a super low or a tight stop. You can tell just by the number of shares it took. All right, I haven't been really following the SPY. SPY is, all right, we're only down 2%. That's okay. I'm going to stick an alert right up here, right at the top of that candle, opening 15-minute candle. See if I can take that out. I hear. So again, guys, if you're doing this similarly, I mean, I would never allow. I mean, I was up about $300. Now it's turned into. So you have to follow. You really have to be watching, especially in a market like this. This is really why I didn't want to get into the auto trading this early, because it's still very, very whippy. Nothing on the watch list down yet today. Interesting. But look how whippy APDN. I mean, up 898 all the way down to 750. Okay, just watching TWO resume. TWO. Okay, never mind. Yeah, and that was halted on the way down, so that's not. So I think what I'll do is I'll turn the auto. Well, I'll leave it on. I mean, I might as well just let it run its course today. But boy, look at all these halts. Guys, if you have the halts resumes, guys, I mean they're just fast and furious. Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, we're only down 300. Small mercies. Yeah, man, even this one's having a little bounce. CNK, this is one that I shorted yesterday, the Cinemark CNK. It's having a little bit of a bounce. Yeah, so again, guys, you know, I was up 200 in this. Now I'm only up 55. You can't let that happen. So if you're you know, using our simulator, you know, treat it like it's your real money. So what I'm gonna do is, I mean, that it was an exercise. I just wanted to see how it would work today, and it's as I thought. It's just still too, with the stops I had, just too tight. So now what I'll do is I'm going to disable and maybe start it later on again. Tomorrow I might delay it until 10 o'clock. See, the way these work is, I don't know where the stops are, Neil. I mean, there's almost, but they're very, very wide. It might even be the low of the day or something like that. Which means if you're going to auto trade, I mean, you won't get very many shares, of course. Well, guys, look at CCL. CCL. Look at CCL. A big pop here. All the way from 885, a dollar pop for CCL. Volume coming in. Welcome to the Wild and Woolly. The Wild and Woolly stock market, guys. Look at this. BMRA 2348 down to 17. All right, so SLRC. Put one of these financials in here. It's not really a financial, I guess, but, well, it is. SLRC, I wanted to see, look at the day it had. I mean, look at the day it had yesterday. I mean, the last 2 days. I mean, this was a $20 stock, what, 3 days ago? $7.50 now. All right, well, look out below for the apron. Which is also dragging down the WTRH. As I said, I've traded most of that out. The only reason I was holding a little bit, just in case it did something insane, like getting up to, you know, the $10 level. But again, I'm in at 216 after hours yesterday, so not really that concerned. Okay, they're kind of an area that if it cracks that, there's some support in the pre-market for WTRH. Because this is an airline, this is a South American airline, Copa. Copa is having a bit of a pop. It's actually, I think it was halted. So this is halted actually, Copa. Well, look at Cinemark. So let's see from the original alert, let's see what happened. APDN 812, got up to 898, almost 9. Apron 27 from the original alert, hit 29. I don't think Rave moved that much off that 168. Yeah, actually, okay. So from the original alert, you know, it just had to be quick. CLB, wow, CLB, 836, 887 now, BMRA. Now again, this you had to be really quick on this one. This one really didn't move. And then CNK. So all of them would have given you something, except for the BMRA. And some. And then the SLRC as the market, see 742. So this may just do nothing. It's not participating really in what the market is doing. There's not very much volume in it. No, John, any subscription works, standard or premium, but it has to be in a cloud link. Does that make sense to you? So for instance, all you should have to do is click on the link, and then it should appear, when you click on a link, it should appear in your like a new tab in your browser, and then just highlight the link, copy it. Okay, once you've done that, then you should just be able to go File, Load from Cloud, and that link should appear right in here in that box. Now, if it doesn't for some reason, if it's blank, then you just paste it in, Control-V it in, and then load it. Remember, but make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because your layout will disappear. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Boy, CLB, what a move. 836, 897 now. Big area. I mean, it still has room, obviously. Ah, look at SL. So remember what I've been saying. Only if the market has any sort of a recovery, though. You know, maybe 3 or 4 green candles in a row in the 15 minutes, so at least 45 minutes to 60 minutes. These can turn into tremendous bounce plays. Okay? And look what's happened. I mean, look what has happened. 742. You know, you get the market on your side a little bit. I'm not saying it's completely, but at least there was a nice green candle. So if we start getting things in the watch list down and the market continues a bit in recovery mode for a while, keep an eye on these for bounce plays. Now, just a moment, please. Okay. What screen can I look on? Well, can you see my monitor? Can you see my screen? Okay, guys, there's the SPY. Well, can you not see my, I'm sharing. Can you not see my monitor that I'm sharing? Okay, so I'm not sure how to answer your question. What screen can I look on? This is what I'm sharing. And of course, if you're a subscriber, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Just click on the Scans tab right there in the room, in the trading room. A lot of scans that I'm sharing, more than what you just see on the shared monitor. Or click on that Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. It goes that will go to a Word document. So when you say which is a good one, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. Well, they're all, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I like my Momo up and Momo down, you know, but I mean, what you're seeing on my screen and my watch list. That's why I display these. But I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles, okay? So that's why I have all these different scans. Hopefully they're named in a way that makes sense to you, not just to you, Tim, but anybody. So that's why I have all those scans there. And if you click on this link here, the Room Drive, scans that I share and download, they'll go to a Word document, then you can take a look at them at your leisure. But I mean, for me to answer which is a good one, I mean, it's really up to you. Even Eli had a bounce. That was a fantastic short yesterday for a lot of us. Eli, more fantastic for others if they kept it. But Eli's, so a lot of bounces today. What are we? And the market? Are we actually not quite positive? We've gained 100. Well, I'm sure we missed a lot. I mean, there's a lot of plays. Well, that's a good one though. You're right. I don't quite have a look at CNK. My goodness. I mean, this is astonishing. CNK 701, 940 now? Boy, we're seeing some tremendous bounces here. I'm just going to wait on the DBVT. Now, DBVT had some, it wasn't just knocked down because of the market. I think they had some bad news also a few days ago that hit. Yeah, the 52-week low. The 52-week low, unfortunately, would be a custom filter. It's not hard. I did create this one though. You might want to just take a look at this one. Where is it? See if I still have them all here. Okay, I don't have it, so let me see if I can find it. It's the top list that I created. Here we go. Stocks in different position ranges, okay? So this is something that you can look at. So unfortunately, the 1 year, well, there's a position in the year, okay? So you can sort on the various columns. So for instance, right now, let me sort on that one. So you can see like WPC, you know, there's a stock that is obviously almost at the low of the year. Just things like that. So I can give you that one. You can play around with it. You know, the Bank of America has rallied also 19 to 20. Oh, we're seeing some great higher car, HYRE. All right, so what I'm going to do with this one, I mean, again, this had bad news on its own, okay? This is not just getting beaten up because of the market. But I'll put an alert up here around 357, I think. Excuse me for that one. So car, I bet you Hertz is also probably bouncing like many stocks right now. HTZ, HTZ. Yeah, look at Disney. What a $6 bounce for Disney, DIS. Can't believe this move on CLB. 836, 961 now. Basically straight up. I'm waiting for the next one to come in here. Look at Tesla. You guys play Tesla? Look at Tesla. Only a $67 move for Tesla. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Speaking of C, so a lot of this was on the watch list. Again, a lot of these, of course, made the watch list because of the downward move. But C actually, the relative volume isn't good enough, and the volume isn't good enough. It will not. All right, WHD, Cactus. What do you guys do? I'd like to get into this one. Let's see, WHD. Spread is a little bit not great. I couldn't get it. WHD, guys. I actually stuck a bid in midway, but I could not get it. Okay. The happy feet behind me is my dog. I wish you guys were as happy to see me every morning. Anyway, I could not get the I could not get the WHD where I wanted. I tried to get a bit. I tried to get it at 10, around 1020. Well, it's just okay. So it's like, I mean, the you look at Grill, GRIL. You look at Burg, BURG. You look at, well, those two especially, and probably Rave. What they are, oops, they're basically trying to say, okay, listen, we're restaurants, yes, but we will deliver. Okay, so that's basically that's what I read. Thank you, Elvis. That's from the that's from the YouTube room. So that's what the Rave, Berg, those, you know, they're kind of, and Grill, GRIL. Ooh, Byron. Okay, I'm not going to dump on you. Okay, you know what you. Okay, you know what not to do next time. But, well, there's of course there's hope. But I hope you didn't get in right at the top. You know, but Byron brings up a very good point. I mean, guys, you know, and again, I'm not dumping on you, Byron, but I mean, if you're in these very whippy ones, you cannot just, you know, look. I mean, first of all, one of the reasons why these are so active and so crazy price wise, look at the float, 8 million in the float for Blue Apron. Okay, anything can happen. Yeah, you can walk away and it could be up $10, but you can walk away, it could be down 20. So you just cannot, on these small ones, you cannot take your eyes off them. So Philip, if you're listening to me, if you can hear me, this is in the YouTube feed, then what you can do is this. So have your and this is for anybody, okay? Have the, yeah, it should have the latest beta, and it'll have the similar tab. So download the latest beta, have your then load the single stock window from new single stock window, okay? And then this is what I do. Then I take this and I duplicate it. Duplicate it. Once it's duplicated, I click on, this is what I've done here. I click on the similar tab. I duplicate it again. So you'll see these are the same. The difference is, you see where it says change from the close? So that's what I'm sorting on. I'm sorting on the change from the close. So I want to see the ones that are up the most right at a glance. And I also, this is change from the close, and I click on this, and you can sort on the, on these filter columns any way you want. So what I want to see now is I want to see the ones that are down the most. So that's what now there's not very many in this sector, motion picture theaters, not very many in this sector. So what this is doing is it's showing me the stocks in the sector. So how is, CNK? Well, how's another one doing? MCS. I should have been watching this, to be honest. MCS is another one in the sector. It probably had it more of AMC. No, not quite as good, but you see what I'm doing here, though. So this is a great tab now, the similar tab, where you can look at stocks in the same sector. What can't you see? What can't you see? You have to have the latest beta, Sizzlix, okay? You have to have the latest beta. Latest one. So again, if you click on the subscriptions tab, and download TI Pro or Beta, and then scroll down all the way down till you see this. Okay, there's the latest beta. It is 4.2.142. And if you don't know what you have, well, I guarantee you don't have that one. If you can't see the similar tab, it's not an option. I mean, these are just tabs that are there. So is that what you were saying? You can't seem to see them? Is that what you're talking about, or were you talking about something else? Oh, wow. I can't help you there. Well, you know, we still have that promo on, 20% off. You can try us out for a month. You know, it'll be 118 less than 20%. Meanwhile, yeah, play. Well, again, these are a lot bounce, full service restaurants. I mean, obviously, I mean, I have no idea. It's just probably bouncing with the market. But I mean, people shying away from, you know, I mean, I don't think we have Dave and Buster's in Canada. At least I haven't seen one. They may be around, but I'm assuming, you know, it's a no-no to go there right now. We do? Okay. I don't know if we have them in Vancouver then. Byron, you know, I have no, I cannot offer an opinion even on that. If I say, yeah, I think you should sell, and then it goes up $10 in the next minute. So I can't, I cannot, you know, give you any recommendations. I mean, on it, I'm sorry. I'd like to keep my job. I don't want to get personally sued. Son of a gun! This CLB, what a move! Where was the original alert CLB? 836, 992. Guys, this is just, and no issue. Now, if you remember, it took it on an auto trade, and it got stopped out. The stop was really, really tight, and in that first 15 minutes, things can be a little bit whippy. But you know what? If you know, wait, even if you wait till 10 o'clock, so what? So yeah, you missed this initial little move, but so what? So what I might do for tomorrow is, you know, I have this in the watch list up and down, edit trading strategy, entry time. I may put that to 10 just to see. I'm going to go over all this. It's not quite 10:30. I'm going to go over all this. Yeah, what we need from, look at CLB. I am stunned by this move here. And guys, if you were here during the pre-market, my mood has slightly changed a little bit here. I'm not talking about necessarily the market, what I think is going to happen with the market, but and listen, I know it's just one day, and we could be just, you know, if everybody keeps saying we might be just at the beginning of the true outbreak in North America. But anyway, just going to my local Safeway last night, I was really worried. I wasn't sure what I was going to see. and I was very happy to see that, it almost like normal, almost. And I went at 8 at night when, everything should have been picked. No. Only if it came back up to the alert. Well, when I say normal, okay, I mean, here's my caveat. No meat, okay, but I didn't care. And no toilet paper still, which I don't care. But everything else, I mean, it was there. I mean, I thought I was going to be wandering up and down aisles and just, seeing, one thing of this, one can of that, but it wasn't like that at all. No, I know we're still early, and yeah, the truckers, and I gotta hand it to people who work at the Safeways, and I guess in the States the Albertsons and all those, but I gotta hand it to those people. I mean, man, oh man, they're kind of the new heroes in my opinion. Along with anybody who's working in healthcare. Well, I'm bummed that I didn't hop on that CLB. Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, I mean, I'm only talking about my experience, Chris, of course. I have no idea what it's like other areas in North America, but I'm only talking about my experience. Look at the bounces we're getting. So this AL, which was one I missed yesterday trying to short it. Keep an eye on this AL. I mean, this hasn't really participated in a huge way in the bounce. Look at this one. Restaurant Brands and International Limited Service Restaurants. What do they do exactly? Quick service restaurants. Look at QSR. So if you want a cheap one in that sector, look at TAST, look at Jack. Jack's not super cheap, but TAST. So that whole sector, I mean, look at this sector, guys. Limited, whatever that is. I mean, we're really, really drilling down, limited service restaurants. So we're really, really drilling down. And here are some of here's the worst performing one, Yum. You know what's nice? Look at this. Weak stocks down, shared. Only really one. That's an ETF. Only one in the list today. Yeah, I feel better. Mentally, I just feel better with the Dreamer. All right, 10:30. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. All right, first of all, if you are new to the room today, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday. I say every single day. Monday to Friday, between 9 and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, live on the mic, and this is the format, again, Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the Scans tab right there in the trading room. A lot of scans that I'm sharing. You can also find them if you click on that Room Drive icon. It looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. The links that I'm going to be talking about, you can also download those. Some of the links, the webinar links, the training links. These will go to a Word document. You can look at everything at your leisure. I will talk a little bit about subscriptions. So we still have, let me in fact get that link in. We still have the promo code active for 20% off. I'm just going to put it right here. So if you click on in subscriptions, if you click on the subscription link right there, here's the pricing for Trade Ideas. So the top plan, if you will, is the premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus that 20%. So let's just see what happened. Type that in. Whoops. Still have it on caps lock. Okay, so that's how much it would be. There you go. So $450 off that $22.68, so it would be $18.14. Okay, this promo code more than likely will be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. All right, more than likely it will disappear. Now, this is our standard. All these pop-ups. This is our standard yearly plan. $10.68 a year minus that 20%. So the big difference is the AI. The AI, which gave you some great early alerts. Oh, look at NGL even. My goodness. I mean, I'm missing these. I'm just not able to pay enough attention. But if you have the AI, I mean, look at that alert. 238, 289 now, 21%. And remember now, some of these were up 30% at one point. Rave and the Berg. I mean, you had to be not that quick. I mean, you had lots of time to get in and out. But that's the AI. And also, if you do want to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. I'm going to go over that. Now, you don't have to start off with a yearly plan or a premium. Give us a try. Standard monthly plan, $118 a month, less than 20%, or the premium, $228, less than 20%. Now, if you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade from, say, standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor that 20% promo code. Just give me a second here as I... All right, should also mention this. If you do click on that subscriptions tab, at the bottom here, we do have 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. Maybe a little dicey right now, but anyway, when the market finally settles down a bit, swing trading setups. And this is a take on earning season. Okay, there's an ebook, and they're all developed by Trade Ideas. These are not third party, and they're all free. If you do want to follow me on Twitter, it's stocks only. It basically, I post my watch list in the morning. I post my video there, so it's just stocks. At @bbruin44. The next test drive, if you click on that link, now we had thought that the next test drive, I may have a better idea today, was going to start on May 11th. We may start it a week earlier. All right, but regardless, if you fill this in, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to start. So we do this 4 times a year. We don't have free. Everybody asks for free trials. We don't have free trials, so we do this 4 times a year. It'll cost you $8.99 for up to 10 trading days. Okay, I say up to because you'll get 10 if you can start at the beginning and end a week from the following Friday. This is also open if you have our standard subscription. You can also, we'll upgrade you to premium for those 10 trading days. So you fill this in and nothing for you to do, just wait for the email to come and it'll give you all the instructions on how to sign up for the test drive, okay? We do this 4 times a year. Last one we had over 2,000 people, a record, so. Now, talk about the links. So I'm going to talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus in a bit, but first of all, this is our training. Click on that one, our training link. Monday to Friday at 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So the format is something like this. I start the YouTube feed. Now, first of all, if you're in this room, you don't have to go to the YouTube feed, of course. And the room is, it's more robust. I can do more things in the room, way more interaction between among traders. But, the YouTube feed is fine. You just want to listen to me, or you just want to watch my screen and listen to me, that's fine. So I start the YouTube feed at 9 o'clock, and I go to 11:55. Then I hand it off then to one of the other traders at Trade Ideas, and they take over from 12 to 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3 on the YouTube feed. And that 12 to 1 is a big Q&A session. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. You can take out, a video. I do a video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I've already gone over the test drive. Now I will talk about the AI. Yeah, obviously, guys, I'm out of the W2RH. I still, I still want to watch it, maybe for a later surge. But I'm out of the WTRH now. All right, I'll answer your question. So, Stacia, I don't know how to pronounce it, but all right. So what you're not doing is saving your work. When you exit Trade Ideas, you can do one of two things. You can save, share to the cloud. Okay, save your entire layout. Okay, give it a name. But the other thing you can do is File, Exit, and when it says save your layout, say yes. And then when you load your layout tomorrow, everything you do, like putting sound alerts on any window, all that will be saved. So you don't have to do it every day, okay? So everything you do, you make a small change in anything, just make sure you save. Otherwise, if you exit without saving, it doesn't know you wanted to save that. Make sense? Look at these high flyers. Look at that one, up to 28, down to 21. Another reason you cannot, look at this. 2.2 million in the float. You cannot drift away, go for a walk, have an hour-long breakfast, even a 5-minute breakfast, guys. So much can happen in 5 minutes, in 1 minute, in these sort of stocks that have such low floats. And if you don't know what I'm talking about in terms of a float, 2.2 million is low. Okay, I just let you know. Anything under 20 million is considered low, but the lower, basically, that's the supply of a stock. So when a stock is in high demand, it's like any other commodity on earth, you have a lot of demand, so the price goes up. Okay, low supply, high demand, this is what can happen. But the minute that demand subsides and everybody wants to get out, this is what can happen. Okay? So that's the float. Imagine if you were in a cul-de-sac. You guys were waiting for that. All right, let me talk about the AI. So, today is Thursday. So basically what happens is this. We have what we call about 50 baseline strategies. At the end of the trading day, the AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data, and then looks at all 50 of the strategies. Now, this is not one of them, but if it were, basically the routine is this. Basically looking at the filter values, maybe making adjustments to the filter values, maybe taking a filter out, adding one in, and running our back tester. And at the end of the entire optimization procedure, obviously only, even if you try to do one strategy, it's a painstaking operation. I mean, I used to do it. I don't do it anymore. Why should I? The AI is doing it for me. So tomorrow, basically, we'll be presented with the strategies that made the cut. The strategies that made the cut, typically having a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of 2. Now, personally, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is seeing the alerts that come from those strategies. And so I load my strategy trades all window from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. And if you don't have the latest beta, then you'll have to right-click segments and make sure you select all. And that's it. I just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have, of course, the entry time and real-time entry price. You'll have a stop, and that's it. And then you manage the trades. All right, so that's basically what the AI is all about. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. And again, I always should start off by saying this. Everything I'm going to say until I tell you you need premium, this is part of our standard service. So you click on New and Brokerage Plus, okay? And this window will pop up. You have two options. The simulated trading, or if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually trade your Interactive Brokers account through this window right here. Now I'm going to concentrate more on the simulated trading. So I just check that. If you click on New within Brokerage Plus, here are the tabs that you can have. And you should have the Strategies tab because I'm going to talk about that at length. These are all the different columns. Now, these are the ones that I have. If you right-click on a column and then click on columns, here are all the columns that you can have. I can't tell you what you want, but these are the columns that are interesting to me. So, in its simplest form, the most manual way to use Brokerage Plus is that you would click on an alert, and the symbol shows up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. That's the simplest way to use it. These are hotkeys. Flatten, get out of a position, get out of half your position, double your position, or reverse your position. You were short, you want to go long, or vice versa. Okay. Now, what I recommend, though, is that you set up what we call one-click trading. So again, let's take a look at DBVT. I'm interested in this one later, maybe, but let's take a look at DBVT. So I look at the chart and say, yeah, okay, wouldn't mind seeing that. I wouldn't mind trading that one. So now you go back, right-click on it, and hover over that trade DBVT. This box will pop up. And I believe that you guys, if you've never done it before, you'll have probably maybe four buys and a couple of shorts as defaults, but you can set up your own. And this is what I'm talking about. One-click trading, you just pick how you want to trade. And I'm going to show you how you can set up your own. Just looking at that NGL, I wish I'd seen that one. All right, so this is how you do it. So first of all, you have to have the Strategies tab. So click on the Strategies tab. You can see here are the strategies I've got. You right-click, New Trading Strategy. You would give it a name. Is it a long or a short? Now here, there's a lot of information that you can fill in each tab. You can't see anything. You might have to do a refresh then, okay? If you can see, right beside the gear in the trading room, there's a refresh. You might have to do that. Unless everybody is saying the same thing. Everybody can still see my monitor, or yeah, everybody can still see my screen, right? Unless everybody says they can't, then there's something wrong. Okay, so I'm assuming everything is okay. So I'm going to show you how I fill in for my watch list up. Or actually, I'll do the chart long. The chart long, $100 risk, it's just a name. And I'm going to show you how you can actually trade right from the chart using the buy and sell buttons right on the chart. If you don't see a buy and sell, it means you're not on the latest beta. So make sure you download the latest beta. Again, just click on subscriptions and download TI Pro or Beta. You'll get on that link and then you'll scroll down until you see this. Okay, download the latest beta. So this is what I do for my watch for this one, the chart long. And basically, in order to use the buy or sell button, you have to designate, if I want to buy something, I have to designate one of my long strategies that I created as the way in which I want to trade it if I want to trade using the buy button from the chart. And all I do is I right click and I check default chart long strategy. Okay, so this is what I've done. So the entry time I don't care about because this is going to be, I'm not auto trading this. This is just, so you'll see in my watch list up, I had a delay of 15 minutes, which I might change to 30 minutes tomorrow. But in this case, I don't care because this is a something that I'll determine when I want to trade it. So it doesn't really matter. Now the order details and risk management go hand in hand. Now I really, especially if you're going to use the paper trader, simulated trading, I would encourage you to start thinking about stop losses, okay, in a big way. So this is a drop-down menu. You can say, okay, every trade I get into, is it going to be fixed dollars or fixed shares? But I encourage you to try the stop loss. Is the audio breaking up everywhere or is it just for Todd? Just want to make sure the audio is okay. Okay, so it's on your end, Todd. You might have to do a refresh, okay? So you'll see here I have a risk value of $100. So what that means is if the trade goes against me, I want to try to minimize or maximize my loss no more than $100. So that's what that means. Risk management. Put a stop in. This is a big drop-down menu, okay? You can have the stop that I have. This is called a custom stop, but you can try our Smart Stop. Where are you? Smart Stop in dollars. This is generated by the system. Okay? Once you do that, that will determine how many shares you take. You have a stop in place and you're risking $100 on the trade. That will determine how many shares you take. So let's do one. Let me take the NGL. I'll go long on it. Okay, so I'm going to click on the buy button. First of all, I'll get the positions tab there. I'm going to click on the buy button. And I'm going to drop it to where the price is. Okay, actually, it's not right there. I'll move the price up. Okay, so it just took the trade. See how it took 364 shares? Why? If I take the entry price, 258, minus the stop price, the difference between those two, times 364, that gives me, it's an approximate, but, I wanted to only lose $100 if it got down to the stop. I also put in this particular case, I don't typically do it, but a profit target. And that was 50 cents above where I took the trade. So you can see right there that if this got up to 306, I'd make $173 based on the number of shares I've got. If it got down to whatever that is, 230, I would lose $100. Now, you of course can do things like this. I can now move that if I don't like that stop, or as let's say the trade starts working for me, I can start moving my stop up and up, okay? Right on the chart, just by moving that line right on the chart. The other thing I can do is, let's just say it starts approaching that what I call an artificial price target. So I can now start moving that up also, okay? So a lot of great things you can do right from the chart. What browser are you using, Jaconis? It shouldn't matter anymore, but you know, the developer of the room does. Just a minute, please. No. No. The developer of the room does recommend using Chrome as the browser, but it shouldn't matter anymore. I'm not sure how I can help you though. I mean, unless it's widespread, you know, I'm not sure how I can help you. The other thing you can try is our YouTube feed. I don't know if that's going to be better. I'll give you a link for it. You just won't have as much I mean, I do follow the chat in the YouTube feed. It's just not as active as in the trading room. But you can try it. Okay? And see if that's better in terms of your visual. All right, so everything I just said is part of the standard service. Now you can take, for instance, you can create your own alert window, or if you want, you can save these. First of all, you would have to save if you want to follow along in my alert windows. You know, you'd right click, save. So they're in the cloud. But if you created your own alert window, you can have it loaded right here. You don't have to go through new trading strategy. You can actually load it from the cloud once you've saved it to the cloud. So I'll save this one to the cloud. It's a million times I've done it. And then if I right click, load from cloud, you see it's right up there. And then I just, I left click on it to highlight it, and then I load it. Add to existing. So now it's there, okay? It's right there. So, and now I'd have to go through the same exercise though. I have to go and edit the trading strategy. How do I want to trade it? If an alert came in, how would I want to trade it? And so I go through the exercise of filling in as much information as you want and all those tabs. So everything I have just said is part of the standard service. Here is when you would need premium. If you wanted to do something like I was doing earlier on, to auto trade, say the entries, or just auto trade, say an alert strategy that you create, or mine, it doesn't matter, but any alert window that you create, then you click to enable, and see how it turned it on? Now they're both on. If you want to do that, then you have to have our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, you would need our premium service still. And then you would also have to buy Brokerage Plus, a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever discount there is, which is 20% right now. So one-time fee, what that means is if you decide that it's for some reason you don't want to trade anymore for a while, so you stop our subscription to Trade Ideas, and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. So it's a one-time licensing fee. Okay? The answer, I don't think so. Yesterday it wasn't. I don't think it was. Yeah. Oh no. I think I've lost my. I think I lost my my linking to Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it wasn't shortable yesterday. It's not shortable today. Oh, shoot. So I've lost my linking to Interactive Brokers. Let me try it one more time. See if I can. Nice to hear about you, Matt. If you, shamelessly, I'll do this. If you felt like you wanted to mention that to that person, that'd be great. Let me delete the link and see if I can reconnect. So we have an external linking tool. No. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to shut down. I'm going to have to shut down my brokerage account and then reload it. Just for some reason, the linking has stopped. So just give me a moment here. I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back to normal now. The linking has been reestablished. It's happened a couple of times, 2 or 3 times in the last several months. In case you're new, by the way, what I'm talking about is we have an external, what we call an external linking tool. So if you click on Tools and External Linking, I can link to my Interactive Brokers account, but I can also link to many other brokers' accounts using that tool. Linking meaning that if I click on a symbol, it's going to load into the order entry. We're not talking about auto trading. We're not talking about anything else other than just, saving yourself the step of having to type in a symbol all the time into your order entry. That's what linking does. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, it takes it one step further in that you can actually trade your account using Brokerage Plus. There's a nice bounce for Rave. I noticed it got all the way down to 1 and it's bounced up to 140. Wow. By the way, I'm sure Real has been throwing out some great alerts on his own here. Look at it. Yeah, look at HDS. What a nice move. What a great move. 22 to 27. Wow. One moment, please. All right, I'm back. Oh man, I know I was talking about AL. I can't remember exactly where, but I mean I was talking about AL for the bounce. Look at that bounce also. You guys are costing me money having to explain all this stuff to you. Kidding. All right, guys, I'm just following a support thread. See if I can help. When I'm in a position, do I always stop out or do I watch time and sales or level 2 bid to sell on a long position? Well, I mean, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, I'm in a position, I always have my time and sales. So that for me is really, I want to see what the spread is more than anything. Okay, but I'm not sure how to answer your question. I mean, it's, obviously with the WTRH, I sort of pick levels where I think there might be some resistance based on a chart. And so I might offload some there. So I don't understand when you say, do I always stop out? I mean, at some point, I'm always out, but I don't understand your question exactly. Wow, look at Rave. What a bounce it had. Man, this is why, guys, I'm saying that, you remember now, I always say this. Every single day I say this. The AI is a great watch list for the day, too. Just because it moved down doesn't mean that later on, these start, just like in my watch list, to be honest. And in fact, doggone it, look at this. So look at this feature that we have here. You see how Rave, now it didn't get stopped out in terms of a stop hit, like DO as an example. But at some point, if a stock hits the stop price at any point, let me back up. You should have the reentry time, price, and stop price columns. Okay, if you don't have them, right click columns and find them. Okay, it's in alphabetical order right there, and load them. This is what I do. I have this window, and then I duplicate it, and then I concentrate on these tabs right there, these columns right there. Now you'll notice that there is a reentry price for all. And basically all that reentry price is, it's the difference, it's halfway between the entry and the stop, 106. So there's a stop for Rave. Wow, this is a tremendous one. 133, 106, so the difference is 119, okay? If the stock ever hits the stop price at any time during the day and then comes back to that reentry price, you'll see it. And I keep begging. In fact, I'm going to beg again in the marketing meeting at 2 p.m. I want these darn alerts, okay? I want a sound alert when we get the reentry time. Because you'll see, this is, like the rest of them have not triggered, and they may not trigger at all. They'll only trigger if a stock actually hits the stop and then comes back to that reentry price. Then you see, there's the time it happened. So what happened? Now, I'm not saying they're all fantastic, but obviously 119 and the stock got up to 165. That's pretty darn good. You got to watch them. I don't know what happened with the DO. Yeah, even the DO, 309, it's at 318 now. And the Berg, 124, and it's not. So it didn't really move. Well, it depends on the time. I'm not saying they're all going to be fantastic, but basically, yeah, we can do it. You can set up a price alert, but I'm just saying that, we are a technology company. We should be able to have a way in which you can get a sound alert when there is an actual reentry time. And I keep hammering at them to add that. I mean, there's so much going on. Yes, I could go, I could start setting price alerts for all these. I could, but I may forget why. Why have I set a price alert? Anyway. No. You're talking about this? No. If you're going to take the trade, I would. This is basically what it's saying is this. Maybe the AI was a little early. Now, in this particular case, that's not really the case because, look, Rave, the entry was 133 and it ran all the way up there. I'm talking more about, stocks that probably didn't have such a great run, and then they did actually hit the stop and they came back. No, I'd be saying that, what, this is giving you a second chance to get into the play, really. At a better entry. So understand how I have this. I have these columns here. I just duplicate the window, but instead of, and then I focus on these columns. So I've put these columns over here. Instead of having these columns I'm looking at these columns. So you can move the columns. Just have to left click and drag them. And then I can concentrate, but I'd love to have a sound alert. All right, guys, I just, I'm just trying to harass people at Trade Ideas. I want that sound alert. I mean, there could be a business case to be made to just play reentries. You won't get as many alerts during the day, but, and sometimes you may not get any. Because remember what has to happen. It has to actually hit the stop price and then come back to that entry price. But even if you only had 2 or 3 a day, well, we don't calculate the share float, Justin, okay? It's just from our data provider. Yeah, there's always, I guarantee you go to 10 different sites, you'll get 10 different floats, especially the low float ones that have done several reverse splits. So it's not that we calculated it, it is from our data provider. Are you talking within IB, Green Freedom? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't, so you're not talking about Brokerage Plus in IB, you're talking about just within IB. You'd have to ask them. I really don't know. What's the market doing? So actually, my goodness, look at this. We have actually a reasonably relaxed market. That's what we need. We need a few days like this, just, that's not screaming up or screaming down. Oh, I don't know who the data provider is, to be honest, Justin. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question, Green Freedom. I mean, if I double my position with here, I mean, everything should follow suit. I mean, and if you're sending it, if you're trading it using, directly to your IB account, I would assume everything follows suit. But you know what? You want to ask that question, because I don't want to steer you wrong. I know Michael is around, I believe, so. Let me just give you look at work. Work is working hard here. What a bounce day. Wow. And it's a bounce day, but it's not like the market is up. I mean, the market is still down. NASDAQ is up. Let me just give you the link for the homepage so you can start a live chat. I don't want to steer you wrong, so. Okay, so you can start a live. Oh, you do have it. Okay. Okay, Philip. So you've asked a question in YouTube. You can hear me and you can see me, right? Or see me. See the screen? And we're going to answer you. I'm just waiting for you to say yes before I continue. I'm just trying to help somebody in YouTube. Meanwhile, GMAB. Okay, GMAB. What are you? Pharmaceutical preparation. Okay, Philip. So, all right. So the answer is no, but this is what I do, and I've been doing this from day one. So I have three monitors, all right? So I'm assuming I understand you have another monitor. This is what you do. So take your toolbar, okay? And this is for anybody with multiple monitors. The question really was, could I take all of these and sort of move them all at once, sort of put them in a container and then move them all at once to another monitor? The answer is no, but this is what you do, or you can do, and I think this is fine. So put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of your, what we'll call your main monitor, all right? Put all your Trade Ideas windows as you want them. Look at GMAB Go. Put your Trade Ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor and also on your other monitor. Okay, obviously have this on another monitor and other Trade Ideas windows. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, and then Layouts. Then you see where it says Loading Layouts? Check Open relative to main window. Save it. Then when you exit Trade Ideas, and save your work, exit, save your work, file, exit, save layout, yes. Tomorrow, when you re-enter Trade Ideas, all your windows will be where you want them to be. Okay? And that really, I think, is the question. Trade Seeker, I don't know. I have no idea. I've been with them for 3.5 years, and I haven't looked at my account since then. I really don't know what I've got. I know I've got the time and sales. I didn't get into any sort of a crazy plan. Okay, Philip, does that make sense? I want to make sure you understood that. And anybody else? Yeah, NBY, I'll bet, is screaming higher here. Yeah. Wow, look at this. 35 cents. I didn't see. This had actually no action whatsoever in the pre-market. Zero action. I was going to say the same thing, real, but I agree. Okay, GMAB. It's not a low float either, so this could be interesting. It's not a low float situation, so it shouldn't be so crazy. And of course it has a ton of room. So that little buy from the buy button is working out okay. Another one, guys. PBFX, pipeline transportation of crude oil. Just popping here. You know what? I've lost my linking again with anybody else having an issue with, look at Uber. Anybody else having an issue with linking with Interactive Brokers today? No issue? No, this is not system freeze. This is like, click. I mean, I can type in, but I don't have, my link is not, let me try one more time. It's not Interactive Brokers' fault. Like IB is working fine. It's not their issue. It's on our end. See, I'm clicking on an alert and it's not loading into my order entry. I tried that. Yeah, it's not doing it. No, I know. I tried that. I tried starting over. That didn't work either the first time. This already happened to me once, but I'll get rid of it and see if it works. Nope. Okay, it's not just me. Okay, guys, well, I have to go through the exercise again of shutting down Interactive Brokers and then reloading it. Not the end of the world, but don't know why it's happening. I'm going to put myself on mute while I do this. All right, guys, I'm linked again. All right. Hope it doesn't happen again. All right, so somebody asked me a question. Oh yeah, I've set the rule. I'm not a pro. I'm not a pro. Somebody asked a question, why to buy NGL? Okay, to be honest, I was just doing this as a demonstration of how to use the buy button. Okay. Somebody asked, when I was going through my routine, about showing people how to use the buy button on the chart. I just picked NGL. You know, it was an AI alert earlier, so I decided to pick that one. Now, I also notice here we're obviously having a bit of a lag here, unless this is just going to change. I'm assuming the Dow is not down now, and it's definitely the SPY is not down. We're up a little bit. So I don't know if if we're on a bit of a time delay right here. So this GMAB that was taken on a yeah, that's correct, and that's what I do. But you know, the linking obviously stopped intraday twice. I mean, it happens. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna unless it kept happening over and over and over again. I'm not going to get too upset about it, but yeah, GES is halted. I noticed that. What a bunch of bounces today, guys. Look at that GMAB now. Okay, let's see what happens with Snap here now. Snap, another one that's trying to bounce. Took it on the auto trading on the entry, 906. There's the stop, 892. Big green bar, yes. Yeah, again, the NGL was just a demo. I mean, I just picked a stock because it was an AI alert. It looked okay, but I was just demonstrating how to use the buy button. I'm going to flatten it right now. So guest just opened, I think. So if I'm watching this one, you know, there's a stop. It's a very tight stop, 892. And that's the snap. Again, this is in the simulator. I'm actually going to flatten out of this position of snap. Position in the previous column is half shaded in the repeating list. Give me an example. Right here? You know what? I can't remember the explanation. Obviously, yeah, these are all fully shaded. I mean, basically, I don't even look at this. All I look at is to see how close it is to the high of the previous day. So this is obviously taken out the high. The only reason these are in here is because they're above the high of yesterday. Why is it only half shade? It's a good question. I don't know. I can't remember. I know there's an explanation. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see the position, and so that is. Oh, I think. Okay, it may be not 100%, but if you look at GMAB, you see how there's the green candle. It is the entire candle is above yesterday's high. Yes, yesterday, okay? The entire candle. Like it's gapped up over. So the first, whereas if you look at Snap, yes, it's above yesterday's high, but that candle is not fully above the high, and it never will be. Oh, it's always, well, not the close. No, it's, see, these filters, the only way we get a filter is if the stock is above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high, not yesterday's close, yesterday's high. But can you see the difference? Look at Snap. Maybe I'll just, I think that might be the difference. I really don't pay that much attention to it, but so there's the candle, right? So yes, it's above yesterday's high. The high yesterday, when we got the alert, which was 9:08. That was yesterday's high. So that's why we got the alert at 9:08. Okay. But you see the candle is not totally, the entire candle, today's daily candle, is not totally above it. Look at GMAB. See how that candle, the entire candle is completely above that candle. So that might be the reason why it's shaded like that. I'd have to look at other ones, but that to me is as good an explanation as I can come up with. All I really care about is that the stock is above yesterday's high. That's the only way. That's the only way, and in this particular case, below yesterday's low. Now these probably no, they didn't. Now they could turn into interesting. Wow, 742, 970. I was saying that if the market has any sort of a bounce in it, these could turn out to be great bounce plays. I saw AYTU in the pre-market. Again, it's a virus play. You know, expands. Yeah, I mean, they did have some news this morning, like a lot of them. Yeah, I'm going to have to delete that comment, okay? And try to keep this room. Completely apolitical, okay? Oh yeah, they expand the distribution rights for the virus play. So I mean, that's the news such as it is, okay, for the AYTU. So the stock composite rating. This is a special filter that we designed quite a while ago. It combines. Okay, good. I just lost my monitor for a second. It combines fundamental and technical analysis, okay? So if a stock is, say, 80 or above, that means it has strong technicals and strong fundamentals in theory, okay? Now, I hate to use it with a strong fundamentals with an AYTU, but let's just look at Facebook as an example. Now, look at Facebook. I mean, I would say that the fundamentals are excellent, but the technicals are bad. That's why this got a low one. You know, it's way below the 200-day moving average. So my feeling is that for a stock to have a high, and I did actually have a top list. Let me just see if I can bring it up. And there's nothing. So my filter was 80. I think I had to have a minimum of 80. 100 obviously being the highest. Oh, 90. Okay. Let me just reduce that to 80 and see what happens. See if I get any. Okay. So these are stocks that in theory have strong technicals and fundamentals still. Okay. Now again, you know, I look at Kroger. I mean, Kroger, is it above the 200-day? Yeah, way above the 200-day moving average as an example. So probably has to be, and I don't know how it was exactly developed, but it probably has to be up above, you know, the 2050, 200, and probably positive earnings per share, things like that. So to give it decent fundamentals and then technicals. So it's a combination. So the higher that number, in theory, the better the stock. The lower that number, in theory, the worse the stock. So you want to start watching some plays that maybe have some bounce backs in them. You know, maybe this is not a bad list to have. You know, I mean, look at Luminex. It really didn't. I mean, remember what the market did? You know, Luminex has had a great day, pretty good month, as an example. Okay. All right, now Snap is coming back a little bit. This could be an interesting play, guys. I mean, where is the next high looking left? That little sell button is there, so it's blocking that day, I think. Keep an eye on Snap right here. It could be. The all-day recovery, yeah. Look at this, only one stock right now in the weak stocks down. Whereas we're loaded up on the strong stocks up. Going to see probably a lot of financials. Yeah, my indices are stuck. Let me see if I can. If I do a reset. Yeah, these are stuck, guys. Unfortunately, if I reloaded trade ideas and get it, but then I'll miss all. I won't see these anymore, so I'm not going to load it. I know the market's going up. I can just look at the SPY. Okay, give me 1 minute, please. All right. Well, what a great alert for GMAB right there, 1814. I took a little trip. Look it up. NGL. I'm out. I think I exited that one. Excellent, Gus. All right, we've got a Johnny Horton, north to Alaska. Sink the Bismarck. So it's interesting to see all these little food plays that were just romping at the beginning of the day, giving it up because the market's going up. People thinking, okay, I guess it's over. You know, virus cured, no more, we don't have to order food anymore. I mean, it's insane, but it's funny. The first couple of days I did, Danny, but now at this point, I'm not missing sports at all. I mean, it's incredible. And as a lot of you probably know, I'm a huge Bruin fan. But anyway, no. I think with what's going on around us, it's so petty to, that I think, oh man, my team isn't playing. So what? There's USV. Now this one is continuing though. USFD. Good for you because I wasn't it at 20? Yeah. Wow. What a run for Uber. I mean, I saw this pop in the pre-market, and what a great run for Uber. Yeah. All right, guys. I actually took Snap. Okay. I actually took Snap. I'm just it broke over that 908 again. See if it, as long as the market keeps, well, the market's putting in these bars. So I have to be, I'm in at 915. Got a hungry kitty beside me. Just a minute. I give her very little. All right, DBVT. Well, look at DBVT starting to move now too, guys. I have this one now. Let's see if it can really sustain this. No, Snap has a huge float, 1 billion, so it's going to take a bit to move this, but I mean, if this starts showing any weakness, as is the market, just a little bit, it's tracking the market pretty closely right now. So, I'm not going to hang around too long. Doesn't get into the 20s pretty soon, I'll probably dump it. Yeah, here's another one that's, wow, unbelievable how many halts and resumes we have now. This one just got halted, PGZ. So guys, I've had a pretty relaxed trading day, mainly because I had that WTRH from the pre-market yesterday, or post-market yesterday at 216. I'm all out of it. Made some sales, 277, 322. I'm all out of it now. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on the snap. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, actually, so I'm just going to wait on the snap to see if it does anything. All right, guys. So at about 11:55, I'll be turning it over to another trader at Trade Ideas. He'll be taking over the YouTube feed. Okay, Jamie, can you hear me? So at 11:55, Jamie, I'll stop the YouTube feed if you can hear me, and then you can take over immediately. Okay, you heard me. Okay, great. So, okay, so what time is it now? 11:54. So in about a minute, okay. 11:58. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll make it 11:58. Sure. Cut into my time off. Why don't you? All right, guys. So Snap is starting to work a little bit now. I'm going to keep editing this price alert. Boy, DBVT is really. Oh, I'm loving it. Okay, guys. I'm loving Snap now. All right, so I'll put this in the room. I won't be stopping the YouTube feed until 11:58 though. Okay, Jamie, so that's okay. I'm just going to pop this in the room though. Get it all prepared. So guys, that promo code is still active. Okay, still active. PADDY, Patty, instant 20% savings off the first month only or the entire year. Just watching Snap to see if I can get into the, into the mid 30s. My stop now, I won't let it get below where I bought it at 9:15. So just wanting to see if I can get into the mid 30s. Kind of like that. You know, this has been a common theme, guys. I've had better trades later on in the day. Not that this is so late, but I've just had better trades later on in the day. Now, a lot of it is because I can't concentrate so much earlier on. I'm doing a lot of explaining, etc. But still, I mean, there are a lot of great setups later on in the day. It's just a matter of having some patience, really. All right, Jamie, I'm getting set. It is 10 seconds to 11:58. Are you ready? I want to make sure you're ready, Jamie. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to stop the YouTube feed now, okay? My feed, so you can take over now, Jamie, right? Talking to Jamie at Trade Ideas.
And presto changeo. Welcome to my desktop, everyone. Let me just check things out here. Okay, I think I'm good. Anybody wants to use the comment panel to let me know that you can see me and hear me okay? Thank you, Philip. I think you were responding to me. But just as a precautionary, if someone else could just give me a thumbs up here, am I good? Okay, thank you, Michael. Perfect. All right. All right. Welcome to my desktop. Welcome to an unprecedented market that we've all had front row seats to as of the past couple of weeks. I'm sure everybody's aware of the fact that the president was up there talking about the battle that we're all facing right now, and the market seemed to like that. Getting a little soft at the top here. We'll see what happens. But as you can clearly see from the daily activity, we are far from out of the woods just yet. So, any questions that you guys have, just keep them rolling here. Get these sounds turned off over on my end. It's been a busy, busy morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody was able to pluck out a little bit here and there. Still got a decent crowd in here, so good deal. And boy, let me tell you, some of these stocks have just went on humongous rips today. Uh, I don't know if a lot of you were in Andy's webinar last Thursday, but I'm going to show you a top list that he produced. Yeah, here we go, the Armageddon top list, which, by the way, yesterday Play was at the top of the list. Now we got Pin at the top of the list, but it's had good action today as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity to get Play right around the $5 level where it bottomed out at about 461 yesterday. Man, that thing almost pulled a double today. So definitely some bounces being put in. And of course, because the markets aren't so liquid these days, we're going to get these big moves. And we'll take a look at some more of these in just a moment. Just catching up on some messages here. You might imagine messages galore today. So we got Pin. All these things are going to look pretty similar. But depending on how they play out today, could still be some juice left in some of these for the upcoming session. But definitely one you probably want to keep an eye on here. Trade Ideas LLC. I see your test message. I acknowledge your test message. But all the stocks on this list, definitely, probably a good idea to keep an eye on. And I'll go ahead and drop this cloud link into the chat area in case anybody wants to grab it. In the meantime, if you do have a question, bring it on. All right, in the meantime, I'll just kind of showcase some of the trades that the boys here in our little in-house fund have been focusing on that have performed well. We also had the extreme pleasure of being in this little stock from yesterday. Notice the beautiful little pattern here. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Brian Shannon for pointing us in that direction. Thank you very much, Brian. Of course, it was Steve Gomez that pushed the button on that, so kudos, teamwork. That's one of the extreme pleasures we have here at Trade Ideas, is the privilege of working with a lot of people that have been around the markets for a very long time. And by long time, I mean since the 90s. Which the 90s today are as the 70s were in the 90s. So think about that. Time flies. All right, questions panel is open. And this is a refreshing change of pace. I'm pointing out this window over here on the left, turbo down, family no support, versus turbo family up, no resistance. Not a whole lot of stocks hitting all-time highs. No big surprise there. But let me tell you, this window on the left here has just been pumping them out left and right over the past few days. Even though the market itself is not at all-time lows, there are plenty of stocks that are just simply, well, hitting all-time lows. But it's a good sign to see this window drying up for now. As we can see, IFS, CCEP, look at this guy right here, Coca-Cola European. Just about any stock you pull up is going to look very similar to this. Some are starting to find some buyers. Can't necessarily say support, because when we look to the left, there's nothing to be seen here. And here lately I've been having to look at weekly charts or even go out to the monthly to try and identify areas that might work as potential support. Once again, this is the monthly chart. Not seeing a whole lot there. All right, Peter, let me see what you got here. B plus, profit reflected on the positions grid, does not agree with the numbers in the orders tab. Hold on one second there, Peter. Okay, so your orders tab obviously is going to show you live orders that are maybe even still pending or filled, right? Then the profit reflected in the positions grid should be the current price of the stock. Of course, your filled price should be reflected in the entry price, right? So whatever you see as a live fill on your orders tab, you should see that in the entry price column on your positions grid. So you're telling me that your fill prices are different than your entry price on your positions grid, or are you looking at something else? while we're waiting on that response. Interesting how the SPY played out to the downside on the monthly. Yesterday we came down here and tickled this little area corresponding with that wick from December 3rd of 2018. Just pushed barely through it and then snapped back. So there's always a possibility that this could be where we find some support. However, if things get nastier moving forward, we have to seriously consider this area down here. The profit reflected on the positions grid does not agree with the numbers on the orders tab. Okay, so when you take, let's say you bought stock XYZ at 10 bucks, you sold XYZ at 11 bucks on 100 shares, you should be up 100 bucks on your closed P&L. Okay? So am I hitting it right there the way you're looking at the data there? So the P&L, you're saying the P&L is inaccurate based on your actual closed trade. Is that correct, Peter? Two closed trades, a buy at 10, a sell at 11, should be reflecting on 100 shares, a $100 gain, but you're seeing not a $100 gain on your closed P&L on the positions plotter. Okay, I see what you're saying there. I've not been experiencing that issue in live trading on Brokerage Plus myself, but there could be an isolated incident. So what I would say is if you could take screenshots of both of those metrics, the blotter, your closed, your actual executions of those prices, then send us a screenshot of what the blotter's reflecting. And then we'll also need, to be on the safe side. Well, actually, I don't think that's a robot log issue. I think that's just a simple math issue. So if you want to take screenshots, just go ahead and give us images of both. That way we can clearly see where the discrepancy is. And then just pop those screenshots over to info@trade-ideas.com. We will take a look as soon as possible and get back to you. Now, having said that, what is the P&L accurate on your Trader Workstation on Interactive Brokers? Okay, so your Interactive Brokers is accurate. It's just not reflecting the accurate prices on your Brokerage Plus plotter. Okay. Interesting and perplexing at the same time. So send those screenshots over, and we will certainly look into it and hopefully get you sorted out there. I understand that can be annoying, to say the least. And the market is already peeling off over the past 45 minutes from the top. Yeah, he's been talking for a while. Just scanning through some of the tubers here. Looks like a lot of the same stocks coming through. Let's just get back over here and take a peek. I was joking around earlier, talking to the boys, saying, hey, are we going to have an inside day today? As the market kind of takes a breather. We're still inside of yesterday's candle, but the funny thing about it is that the high of that candle, 248.37, and the low, 228. Okay, so a 20-point SPY range in that candle. So even though it might be an inside day, could be a hell of a range that presents itself on the day. Okay, Peter. So, oh, okay, and you're also doing Sim. Okay, but still, if the numbers are different from Trader Workstation versus what IB is showing, since we're just connecting to them, um, that's still a viable issue. So what you want to do, Peter, is you can just, if you look at those keys above your arrow keys on your keyboard, you should see that little cluster of keys, and you should have a print screen key. Okay. Now, if you hit print screen, it's just going to take an image of your entire desktop. Or, for example, if I highlight a window, like I just made my AI strategy trades panel, my window of focus, if I hit Alt and print screen, then what that's going to do is just take a screenshot of that one specific window. So when I pull up Paint, like I just did, and I come over here, where'd my cursor go? There we go. And I hit paste, then it's just going to paste that one window in. And then you just save this, and I would always recommend saving it as a JPEG, and then you can just send it over. Okay. So if you click on the window, once again, that you want to save, like now I'm in my single stock window, and I hit Alt, print screen, and then I pull Paint back up, and I hit paste, it'll just paste that one window in there. Or you can do the whole screen, whatever your preference is. And then you just attach those to a email and send them on over to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm sure you're familiar with that email address already. Where can I find the window to display high volume trades with the AI lady's voice reading out the symbols? Install the software with layouts and specific windows. Okay, so you want high volume trades with the voice audio. No problem there. Okay, well, let's take a peek at this window here, and you can tell me if this kind of jives with what you consider to be high volume. I'm just going to duplicate it because we've got a variety between myself and Andy. We've got our favorite high volume windows, right? So here's one of my favorites, Turbo Breaks Up. If I go into configure, where's the high volume coming in? Well, you can see here, I don't necessarily have any traditional metrics like average daily volume. I'm just using market cap with a $4 billion number in there. So that's 4 billion market cap. Relative volume has to be at least 1.2 at the time of the alert, whereas 1 minute volume, this is a percentage filter, has to be 3 times greater than normal or higher, right? And I've coupled this filter set with new high. So if we want to attach the female voice to this window, I tell you what, let me get rid of this one because that's going to be annoying. Since I turned my sound back on, I'm going to get rid of my sound on that window because it's just going to be beeping incessantly. But if we want to attach voice synthesis to this window, we right click and we come to properties and we click on actions. Then we just click the play sound button, click setup sound, and we just select text to speech. Let's give it a test.
Testing.
Did you guys hear that? I think you should. I think my sound should come through. So anytime a symbol now comes through this window, the voice synthesizer will read out the symbol there. So I'll just call you Ox. Ox, let me know if that makes sense. Also, if you want me to drop this cloud link for this window into the chat, I'd be happy to do that as well. On the same topic of high volume windows, Here is another one. High-Low Pro Extreme, I think is what he calls it.
Sui.
All right, did you guys just hear Sui? As Sui just came through. You can see this little guy has definitely been busy to the upside today. Let's take a peek at some of the metrics here in the single stock window. We can see relative volume well above 1.2, coming in at 3. As that high was occurring, though, we see 1 minute volume had to be 300. It's shrunk back down to 2 times normal. But at the time that this new little high up here was tickled, boom, we can see the volume right here in the 1 minute period was 3.27 above normal to be exact. Now this is another extreme volume window. Andy created this one. He's got 2 different strategies in here. This is a M window. Notice if I come over here and remove small borders, this is just a regular alert window. This is a multi-strategy window, meaning it contains 2 alert windows in here, and we can see both of them by hovering over strategies. Extreme volume to the upside, extreme volume to the short side. If we take a look at the configurations, you can see Andy's got a bit more filtering involved here. He does have the average daily volume of 500,000. He's looking at 5 minute volume, not 1 minute volume. He's got 1 minute volume up here at 10 times normal and 5 minute volume of 5 times normal. So he's stacking it, okay? Looking at 1 minute and 5 minute, a lot higher than 3x. He's also got some position in the 10 and 20 day ranges in here as well as change from the close, 1% up, and a little bit higher relative volume as well. But between my turbo up, turbo down, and Andy's extreme volume high-low pro should point you to some very good candidates, and I'm going to go ahead and drop that one into the chat as well. So Ox, let me know if that's going to do it for you. You would go about the same process, attaching sound to this window as well. We always go to properties and actions. SPY trying to take a leg down. Notice what we have going on here on the 15-minute intraday chart. The green line here is the fast line, the 10-period SMA. If this candle doesn't get a little moxie behind it, well, my toolbar is getting covered up here. I don't know why. Why would these windows? There we go. Okay. This candle's got about 9 more minutes. Okay. SPY back up there. This candle's got about 9 more minutes before it closes at the bottom of the hour. A close below that 10 period would not be good for upside activity. That would indicate that we might be having some downside activity if this candle closes below that 10 period fast line there. A lot of people trying to catch the bottom down here, but there's just too much out there, too many unknown factors, in my opinion, to think that this could be the bottom and everything is all hunky-dory. All right, Ox, cool, man. Looks like that worked for you. Hello, Jason. Good afternoon to you as well. And look who's here. Mike C's in the house. What's going on, Mike? And looking at Holly over here, what do we got? 10, we got 15 signals total from the AI this morning, and not the most stellar performance, but in these market conditions, anything green is a good thing. A few more red items on the blotter here for looking at moderate profit. If we resort by conservative profit, looks like conservative profit has a little bit more green, but if we look at all the different modes over here, we got one AI mode, one AI Neo in aggressive mode. We got 2.0 in moderate, and we got Holly AI in conservative. So one in each mode today. No big surprise there. Yeah, holding its own and looking at these percentage gains, um, not too shabby. You got some high percentage gains in conservative mode. Not quite the story if you're holding. You know, this tells the tale right here. You take the money when it's there, you get a little bit greedy, it ain't there for long. Not in this market. This is what scalpers dream about right now. In the quote unquote regular markets before all of this happened, scalping is a very difficult game. Swing trading is more conducive in my opinion. But when we get into these types of environments, you get the moves that you're hoping for in a regular market when you're trying to scalp because things are so volatile. The tricky part is trying to guess which way the gap's going to go right now because, in my opinion, it's literally a coin flip based on what news may or may not come out in the overnight session. WTRH, huh, Mike? Let's take a peek. When you say you got a good piece of it, you got a good piece of that little upside spurt, or did you get a piece of the downside action? I mean, this market right now is like musical chairs. Passing that cookie plate around. If you don't take that cookie, next time it comes back around, there just might be a pile of crumbs. And the way it's looking right now, this candle, more than likely, we're going to close above, or excuse me, below the old fast line there. How are we doing on the crowd? All right, more people coming on in. Welcome everybody. It feels like I literally just put the headset on and yet 30 minutes has passed already. It feels like a minute, 2 minutes. Um, time is just simply compressing in this market environment. Now what's interesting here is the volume levels on these major tracking ETFs. Experiencing what I like to refer to as the Neapolitan effect, where you have pinks, whites, reds, and greens all on this index tracking top list. We got the SPY and the Dow slightly down. We got the Qs and the IWM slightly up. But check out the volume on these lower time frames. We got
Cool.
1 minute volume less than 100, which is normal. We got 5 minute volume even more so, and 10-minute volume 3/4 of normal, 75% of normal. Just volume is not there on these smaller time frames, yet
Pool.
we're edging on down on low volume.
NNN.
Now, where is that coming from? Ah, must be this guy here. Let's quieten him. However, these are the stocks. Even though this is a grotesque little intraday chart,
BMW.
it is hitting highs.
NNN.
All right.
NNN.
Okay, enough. There we go. Well, that means that the one I configured is hiding. Let me find it. Well, when all else fails, it's telling me it's there, but I can't find it. So we'll just pull a fast one. We'll just reopen my layout and everything goes back to normal. There we go. And we will hit the mute button. I could have just done that, by the way. Just hit the little silent button, everything gets quieted. Ah, yeah, the old StockTwits filter there, Mike. The social sentiment. I'll just go ahead and pull that filter up just in case anybody's wondering. These StockTwits activity, right? StockTwits, everybody's on StockTwits talking about stocks. These filters let you monitor that stream. So if a stock is being talked about 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much as it normally is in a regular session, these filters will allow you to see basically what the mob over at StockTwits is talking about. Typically, they're always going to be in play. Now, as to whether they're going to go up or down again, or go up or down, you might have to do a little bit more filtering, or bring your chart reading skills into play. And Zoom Video, one of the pet stocks in the great Corona market of 2020, because it allows for people to communicate and work from home. Very similar to Work, which doesn't look anything like Zoom on the weekly that we're seeing right here. Zoom's been a lot hardier, for lack of a better term. Work, taking a nice little bounce here as of late, but nowhere near the top of its range. But still presenting some good upside opportunity nonetheless. Work is Slack. Slack is what we all use here at Trade Ideas. The good part about it at Trade Ideas is we're all working from home already, so not that big of a change in lifestyle for our workloads here, but still having to endure the insanity that everybody else is currently enduring through this tumultuous period, so to speak. Who'd have thought that kids all across the nation would now be having class via Skype or some other screen sharing type of software? Yay, technology in that regard. And we did get the close here. We'll see what happens. Just kind of looking at the Holly blotter, sorting by moderate profit to see if there's any big spread between conservative and moderate, and I'm not seeing that. Typically, a lot of the times, when we see the AI making an exit signal in the form of a profit save or a reduced risk, a lot of the times, yeah, this is a potential right here. I don't really think it has a large probability of happening based on just general market conditions and what we see occurring on the 10 period, but you never know. There's always a chance that NGL might come up here and pop out of this little range, right? So a lot of the times we can identify potential pattern completion just by looking at something that the AI has been in, whether we have been in it or not. All right. We can also use this blotter list as, in essence, a different type of an alert window that has statistical probability on its side. Good question, Mike. You know, well, I can't say several. I do know a couple of people here at Trade Ideas that have went the standing desk method, and one of them even has a treadmill. Um, the treadmill's a pretty cool idea. I mean, if you're just walking and walking and walking while you're doing your trading thing, that's a lot better than being sedentary. Haven't tried that myself yet. First, I have to get a telescoping desk that I can either sit or stand in. Yeah, Sean is the latest team member to go with the standing desk. I'll give you one guess at that, Sean. If you had to pick one person in the whole company that has a treadmill, who might it be? Good guess, but negative on that one, Sean. Out of all the people at Trade Ideas, who would be for? And this guy was first to the punch like a year ago with the treadmill. Eking on down, getting that Neapolitan again. Sean, and remember the question wasn't who's the smartest in the company. It wasn't who. I got to stop right there. I got to stop. No, the first person to have a treadmill. Um, well, I'm just going to leave it a mystery for now. It wasn't me. Let's just say that. And I find myself constantly looking at my toolbar and my windows because all of a sudden it's like everything is stopped. And I know I'm connected because I have lots of green bars here, but it's just like, shh. The market's hunting wabbits all of a sudden. Yeah, my weight should, since I'm rationing all my food now, I've got my rations all laid out, I'll probably lose weight. Beans and rice. So in any case, you can see my tickers have just kind of dried up here. Interesting. Check it out. TEO just hit this high and then immediately printed down here. That's the kind of market that we're in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Michael, if you heard me but didn't see anything moving, that's probably because nothing was being moved at that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I can sit up here and ramble all day, but if there are any questions, feel free to use the questions panel. I tell you what, let's just pull up the Armageddon top list and take a look at some things that might be interesting for us and set some price alerts actually. Yeah, every time I see this word here, Def Leppard from the late 80s pops into my head. Therefore showing my age. All right, so price alerts for all these guys. Let's go back to the daily. And let's pick out some things that might be appealing to us. So it's real easy to set price alerts, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do, yeah, I don't know why my high and low isn't coming up over there. Let's give it a refresh. All right, now I can see up here in the left-hand corner what the high and low of this candle was. Of course, that's already been penetrated and then it pulled back. So what I'm just going to quickly do, and there might not be a whole lot of these guys on here that haven't hit yesterday's high. Here's one, DIN. If I wanted to set a price alert in case this guy gets above yesterday's high, that is 28.23, so we would just set it about a penny above 28.24. If the price rises, long, whatever, we can just say ARMA, remind us of the Armageddon top list. And now we've got an active price alert. So it'd be real simple just to come through here, find the ones that have not topped out, or even if they have, car, you know, it penetrated that level, got a little bit above it, pulled back down. So even this still might be a good viable alert. 1140, so we'll set one here at 1141. But this is a great way to create some stocks to take a look at for the following day, because you never know which one is going to pull a Dave & Buster's. Okay, doesn't look like a huge move here, but from 5 all the way almost up to 10. The ranges in these candles are so enormous that we sometimes have to take a double look. SRG, high of that candle, 1261. See, that's doesn't look like a huge amount, but that's 4 freaking points in there. All right, and depending on, you know, how much you want to potentially get out of the thing, maybe you mark today's high. You know, there's a lot of different ways to go through here, take these, you know, windows that are showing us very interesting things and set price alerts right from the chart. You know, here's another one about, you know, 11 up to 13, not too bad. So we got a high there of 1352. We could just go 1353. Boom. Oh, we actually have a question come in. In Brokerage Plus strategy, can you set a target for 2 times the smart stop or 3 times the smart stop? Off the top of my head there, Steve, that would be a custom formula. Let me just pull my Brokerage Plus up over here and we'll take a peek. Okay, I haven't really done anything in paper mode this morning, but if we take a look at a strategy that already exists and we pop into edit, then we can see our risk management tab. So you see here we can use a filter but it would just give us Smart Stop, right? So we would probably need to create a custom Smart Stop and just multiply by the factor that you want, and then that would show up, and you could use that custom filter as your 2, 3x Smart Stop. Having said that, you could also, and well, the Smart Stop is always going to be changing a little bit based on what's happening on the day and the metrics that are being used to compute the Smart Stop. So the safest way would just be to create the custom formula so that you get the real-time calculations and the multiplier effect. You could try to eyeball it based on what the Smart Stop was, but that wouldn't be completely accurate. Let me know if that makes sense. All right. SPY trying to reclaim the 10-period fast line now. I mean, it's very odd to see these indices go from pink to green to pink to green, pink to green, but that's exactly what we're doing now because we're hovering, right around the close area from yesterday, which was 241.29. A resource for making custom formulas? That's a great question. Let me show you how to get to the documentation. So here we are at the Trade Ideas homepage. What you want to do is just click on the Help tab up here. Then we come down here and open up the Traders Area menu. And if we click on Formula Editor, this is where you log into the Formula Editor. Okay. But before I do that, just to give you a peek of what it's going to look like once you start inserting custom formulas, this PDF document right here, this is, for lack of a better term, the owner's manual for the custom formula editor. Everything you could hope to know is contained in this document. So you can either right click and save the document to your desktop, or you can simply bookmark it and go back to it like that. Either way, whatever your preference is. When we scroll down just a little bit, right here, the easiest way to get the formulas for each filter would be to click here, and then what's going to happen is it's going to show you what all the existing formulas are. Okay, so for example, price, here's the code, right? These are all the codes over here in red and in the brackets. So, you can take these filters, you can apply simple math functions, you can add them, subtract them, multiply them, divide by them. Kind of what you were getting at earlier, you would find the Smart Stop and then asterisk 2, 3, multiply those things. And that's how you get started. All right. We always like to say no coding experience necessary, but it certainly does not hurt anything. Now, watch what happens when I click Login, and you use the exact same credentials as you do in the client to log into the custom formula editor, but a word or a small warning here. When you log into the website in this capacity, eventually, not immediately, it will disconnect you from the client or the web-based version because you can only be logged into one spot at a single time. So just keep that in mind. If you log into the website, even though it's not going to disconnect me immediately, it will drop that connection eventually. So let me get back in there. Okay, now that I'm logged in, you can see these are all of the custom filters that I currently have in my account, right? And we scroll down here and we just pick one of the U prefixes that is not being currently used, and then we create a new one. And then based on what filters we want to try to manipulate, we start pasting the filter codes in here and applying the appropriate math functions. Once we get that all done and we hit save, if what you did is acceptable, the system will accept it. If something you've done is incorrect, it will reject it. And of course, what we always want to do is install a description and name the filter. And units of how we'd like that thing displayed. Is this going to be a dollar amount? Is it going to be shares? Is it going to be a percentage value? And then if we want to, we can always apply a little graphics cone if that's what we would like to do. So Circus Steve, I hope that's enough to get you started playing around with the custom formulas. And of course, if you ever need help or have any questions, you can always hit us up on the live chat or email us at info@trade-ideas.com. All right, thank you. You're welcome, and thank you as well. All right, ladies and gents, I believe the questions panel is now open again, and we got about, oh no, pardon me, I did the old shakeroo, and that's the one pet peeve I have about Windows 10. You shake a window, and it minimizes everything. You reshake the window, and it doesn't maximize everything again, but no fear, we just gave it a layout reload. And look, hope is back on the table. Back above the 10 period again. Hope for the upside crowd anyway. Quite the weekly candle forming here right in the center. Let's go back to the daily. And kind of the same type of candle forming on the daily with just a little bit bigger of a body, but we're still inside. And looking at these two candles that are developing here, a little sideways action for the remainder of the week, staying within this little tranche right here. I don't think anybody would mind that too much. Slow consolidation, and then a retest of this area up here, try to reclaim some of this. I think that would be nice and healthy, but you never know. We'll just have to see what plays out. And although volume levels are low at present, and relative volume just keeps on ticking down, the fact that there aren't heavy sellers in the market is a good thing, in my opinion. As you can see, Carnival Cruise Lines, the bleeding has stopped at present. Royal Caribbean, bleeding has stopped at present. Delta went on a nice little swoon down yesterday. From, let's see here, we had a 30 as a high, roughly speaking. Bottomed out at 1910. Okay, what a move down in Delta. But as we all know, the airlines, the cruise ships, the casinos, the hotels, everything's pretty much going to look the same. And that's just been the characteristic of this downturn. Yeah, we can all focus on the things that are going to be the most significantly impacted, which is just about everything. Any place that people go to, any vehicle, ship, boat, train, whatever, any place where people get together is going to be in the same boat pretty much. And I hear rain coming down outside of my window. We had, I was woken at 1:30 in the morning to a tornado warning telling me to take shelter. Did I take shelter? No, I didn't. It's like, well, it's on for 30 minutes. I guess I'll just sit here in suspense for 30 minutes and see what happens. And fortunately, uh, did not come my way, but they were all around the surrounding area. So we dodged a bullet last night. All right, ladies and gents, if we don't see any questions come in the next couple of minutes, I'm just going to go ahead and hand it back off to Barry. Let the trading room take back over. So if you have any questions, go ahead and kick them out here. Mike, it's always a pleasure, buddy. Always a pleasure. Ooh, we actually have a stock coming through. Nice little bottoming tail. Hitting highs. Spotify. Well, people are at home listening to music. And now, I don't know about you guys, but I have noticed that, and I've got pretty beefy broadband internet, but since everybody's at home, I've been noticing a little bit of glitching here and there. One would think that, well, okay, the corporations aren't using as much. Everybody's using at home. Bandwidth is bandwidth, but I've been noticing some glitches. Seems to be pretty good right now, and this is a pretty good ping considering I'm in Texas and the TI servers are in California. That's a pretty low ping time. When I was actually in California, I'd hover around 20 or 19. Maybe they've done a little bandwidth upgrade on their own or release more bandwidth for everybody since everybody's at home. Yeah, it's been kind of spotty there, Jason. North Carolina, not a bad spot. All right, ladies and gents, looks like we don't have any more questions coming through, so I'm going to summon Mr. Barry, and we're just going to kick it over back to the trading room as soon as I get a response from him. Want to thank everybody for popping in. As you may or may not know, we do this every day, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. So we'll see you in here again tomorrow. And I'm going to go ahead and kick it off to Barry and give him the mic back. Thanks, everybody, for popping in. Good luck out there. Stay nimble, and may you be profitable.
Back on the YouTube feed. That should be seamless. See if that worked. Yes. Okay. So hopefully, and I'm sure there are other people, who have other ideas. I'm not the be all and the end all to trading, but that's just what I have learned the hard way. I had no room. I had nobody really to guide me. I had to learn it the hard way. The other thing is that for me personally, I don't trade very much. I know it sounds crazy. I'm in a trading room. I'm a moderator of a trading room, but I actually don't trade very much. Before I was a moderator of a trading room, I might only trade 2 or 3 times a day, maybe 5 max. I don't need to be in a trade, every single moment. while I'm in the market, while the market's open. Again, that's just me. What I learned is that, just a second, please. I just had to help somebody with something here. Just a second. I think you have to refresh. Just give me a moment here. I just want to make sure my YouTube feed is working. Anybody in who's following me in the YouTube feed, can they just say, make sure that they can hear me? I'm pretty sure you can see my screen. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, thank you, Sean. I did see your comment. So yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, I'm not so anxious to be in a trade all day long. You know, it doesn't. Oh, I know what I was going to say. You know, in the old days, as I always, you know, you would listen. We're in a market. I know. You know, the last 3 weeks, a month have been extraordinary. Yes, with the volatility. But with a program like Trade Ideas, we can always. I don't care what sort of a market we're in. We can always identify decent trades, no matter if we're in so-called slow season, which I don't think there really is a slow season anymore. You know, but again, I always say, quote unquote, the old days in the summer. You know, I'm talking, you know, early 2000s and all. Man, I mean, you could wait forever to see something breaking. You know, and if you missed that one, that was the one for the day. I mean, it just isn't like that anymore. So that's why I don't get so anxious. I mean, somebody said this morning, "Hey Barry, did you see play?" I did not see play. You know, in the past, that move right there and missing it might have driven me crazy. But it doesn't anymore, because there will be another one or two or 10 today. Maybe not 10, but there will be other ones. You know, and I will find other ones like this. So. That's the other thing is that don't beat yourself up so much when, I mean, listen, one of the questions I get all the time, Barry, I missed this one. I want a scan that's going to show me exactly this. I say, well, you know what? I can show you that scan. The problem is that for all the ones that do this, most of them might do this on one bar and then collapse. So you'll see a lot of other stocks, you know, that may not, you know, have this same look that you're looking for. Because most of the time, you know, I don't see these sort of things. I mean, I'm not sure. It may have showed up early in the play, or sorry, my Momo up. But a lot of times, yes, I could relax a filter. Like somebody will say, they'll show me a pattern, and I'll look at it, and then I'll look at the relative volume or maybe the overall volume, and it's you know, it's below the threshold that I wanted. So I could say to myself, yeah, I could reduce the threshold, so I would catch that play, but then it'll introduce a lot of other plays that I don't want to see. So consequently, you know, you'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. So yes, there's a fine line. I mean, you should create, you know, the alert windows that we have, and I, you know, probably have too many Momo ups today, but I mean, just the way this market is, I'm going to get a lot of Momo ups or Momo downs. All day, just the way this market has been. But if the market ever does settle down, you know, I might only have 10 of one and 5 of the other all day long in a typical, you know, once the market does settle down. And that's because I've got filters in place, so I don't want to get inundated. As I said, you can click like mad all day long and get nothing done. The predator scans, are you talking about from the channel? From the new channel bar? No, sorry, from new, and then click on channel bar and alpha predator right here, alpha predators. I mean, that's where they are. Alpha Cap, okay? If that's what you're referring to. Can you hear me? Alpha, I'm talking. Okay, so is that what you're referring to? The Alpha Predator channel? Okay, so that answers your question? I guess so, right? Okay. Man, oh man, Michael Noss, I don't know if you're listening, but excuse me. And I know you're more fixated on on this number here, but it's so skewed because of NBY. But look at these. No, 1461, 1675, 1518, 1575. Again, I love it as a watch list. If that's the least that it does for me every day, I love it. And by the way, yes, everybody has different. No, he's not in the room. No, but he's probably listening to me on YouTube. Everybody has different trading styles. I mean, my trading style, you know, it's the simplest for me. I know I miss a lot of other opportunities on pullback plays, etc. But you know, I mean, in my temperament or whatever you want to call it, is I just like to see stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day, and then from a pattern, take those trades. But there are all sorts of different trading styles. You know, there are people that think I'm nuts. I mean, what you should look for is a stock that is strong and then pulls back and then maybe sets up a pattern and then moves from there. I get it. But then what that would mean is I'd have to set up a scan like that. And that's just another thing to look at. I have reduced what I look at dramatically, over the last 4 months, 4 or 5 months. All right, so I see the market's kind of bottomed out right there, and maybe trying to come back a little bit. You have a question? Sure. Oh, I did see a question that I didn't answer. Not on purpose. Just, would you say Holly opens up some arbitrage opportunities? No. Oh, position and range filter. Okay, yeah, I'll answer that. Not really. In terms of arbitrage opportunities, not really. I've never really considered it. All right, so what would you like to know about the position and range filter? Now, we have a lot of position and ranges. Are you referring to the topless window that I showed you before? Or are you just talking about this one right there, position and... Just in general. I love them. Well, my favorite one, of course, I've got two. Position in previous day's range. That's kind of the major filter in my watch list up and down. The position in yesterday's range. So if you look at it, so that's the position in the previous day's range. I put 100 there. That means that I will not see the stock unless it's at least at or above the high of yesterday. Okay, that's what I'm looking for in that particular case. The position in the day's range, you know, another one, which I don't really use that much anymore because these are always going to be, because these are stocks making new highs or lows, they're obviously at the high of the range of the day. So, but if I were looking for, you know, there could be an argument to be made saying, okay, show me stocks that are between, 90 to 95% of the high of the day. In other words, within 5 to 10% of the high of the day. You can create a stop list like a top list like that just by using the position and range filter. So right here, position and range. That's old. I don't think I had it there. I thought I changed that, actually, the Dreamer. Have you been loading my Windows from way back and just changing the symbol list name? Oh, okay. Well, okay, but for instance here, the position and range. So let's just say I wanted to find stocks that were within, but not quite at the top of their day's range. You know, so these would be stocks. If I put 90 in the min and 95 in the max, these would be stocks within 5 to 10% of the high of the day. You know, as an example, that's how you can use the position and range. If you put 100, well, and you have other filters in place, then obviously it's right at the top of the day. I find these are probably my favorite filters. Hey guys, I have to do my video. Don't have to, but I want to. It's going to be a fun one again. So that's why, and just one more. I mean, that's why this is such a cool, let me get here, the position in different ranges here. So you can see that BCO, you know, and I've, you know, it's at the bottom of the 20-day range, the bottom of the 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, bottom of the year, bottom of the 2 years. It's about midway in its lifetime low or lifetime range. You know, let me. So and you can sort on the various columns. Okay, so this stock, you know, there are no stocks at the high, the 20 range in the with the other filters that I have in place. You know, I'm probably going to see a lot of stocks that look like this. But it's great visual presentation. So you can see like Fizz not doing bad over the last 20 days. I mean, it's well, not it's not great. It's at 70%, but 3 months it's down. You know, lower than 50%. If you see red there, then it's lower than 50%. You can turn this into numerical. You know, if you hover over it though, you see the actual number. Hey guys, I have to do my video now, so let me. I have to fix that font later. So I'm going to do my video right now. So I'll be here sooner than 11 or 150, but just in case I run into some technical issues, I always put 150. Okay, guys. So I'll put myself on mute here, and we'll see you at around 150. Ah, sorry about that. I was on mute. I was on mute. Okay, sorry. Okay, where was I saying? So I was talking about core, also another one near the whole number, maybe breaking down. Has some room to about, I think, 1950 or so. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to go there. I have no idea where it's going. I'm just saying, if you look at a chart, that could be a support area. And the one right before that, I don't know if I was still on mute. I think it was AMH. I was mentioning AMH as a potential green bar ignored, but look what happened. So it's just sitting now. So that did not continue down. How many of these Nuvines are there? I think cake, yeah, starting to fade now. I noticed it had a pop. Look at the SPY, guys. We haven't seen a day like this for a month. Not a day like this. I shouldn't say a day, an hour like this for about a month, where it's just absolutely not done too much. So nice to see. Give us a break one day. Starting to get a little bit of a lag now in my charts. How about you guys? What a miss. SLC. I cannot believe what it did. Not trading very much volume, but man, oh man, what a move. SLC. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about a couple of minutes. Just want to answer. Wow, look at Fleur. Finally, I mean, bouncing from $5. Wow, $3.44 for this once upon a time titan in the industry, FLR. Oh, man. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Wow, I mean, the bloom off these little food companies and delivery services, did they ever come off fast? I mean, they went up, Apron was crazy. That should never have gone up the way it did. But, irrational exuberance, as it's called. All right, so for this MCS, I am going to stick an alert just over 10, okay? I'll have to see it take out that whole number around, say, 1010. See if it does. I'm giving up some, but I mean, look, there's the high right there on that daily, 1181. So maybe if it takes out 10, this could have another nice little run to it, especially if the market, okay, now there's a little green bar in the market on that 15 minutes. Little one. No, look bigger than I thought. PagerDuty, actually an earnings play. PD is an earnings play. Yeah, NBY is on the move. I know it's a post in YouTube, but it had a pretty that's 158 all the way down to 58 cents. I mean that's crazy. Oh, I'm sure it's a bunch of nonsense, Gus. Absolutely. Keep an eye on this PD, guys. I mean, it's had a high right up here, about 1860. It's sitting at 1816 now. Looks like 18 is pretty decent support. It is an earnings play. Tremendous volume, of course. Not a super crazy low float, but it is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And it's holding. I remember this one. This was an IPO right back here. This is back in 2019, April, a little over a year ago. Actually, just a little less than a year ago. Tilray on the move here. Just one moment, please. Hi, sorry about that. I had to drift away there for a second. All right, now we're getting a nice move out of the SPY. This is a nice move now, guys. There's the high of the day. And this is not reflective. I just don't want to reload trade ideas because I want to see all these. So that's why I'm not reloading. I know these are all wrong. The Dow is obviously up and the SPY is up. But Yeah, why would you want a second broker? Why complicate things? Especially, well, I mean, it's up to you, I suppose, but why would you want a second broker? Well, look at CNK. This is why I'm waiting on this MCS, guys. Oh, in fact, might not have long to wait. Same business, picture theaters, CNK, exactly the same. Look at it, guys. MCS, CNK ripping here. This is a great short yesterday, a great long today. Guys, I'm very interested in this MCS. See if it puts in a CNK move. Wow. I'm sorry, CNK was not the one. It was the other one, I think. No, that was CNK. Yeah, it was CNK. Yeah, I got all the way down here. Look at the move. I mean, yesterday's low was 582, 1037, almost a double. Not quite, but almost. Hello, Nona. I'm watching how well MCS holds 10. Support rooms. You talking about from 12 to 1 when you can ask Q&A? When it's a Q&A? Well, okay, 12 to 1. From 12 to 1 Eastern Time. All right, guys, I had to take that. I had to take that one. Well, I didn't have to take it. I wanted to take it. Got a decent fill. It was sort of a little bit spready, but got a decent fill. I think I got in at sort of average about 1006 for MCS. Here's Snap moving also. I'm not in that anymore. But look at the market. Great move in the market, guys. Great move. Holy smokes, this is great. I mean, let's CNK. Thank you, Luke. Look at CNK, guys. Can we get an MCS move like that? Was this MCS was sort of lagging a bit? I mean, guys, there's a classic similar tab. Okay, classic. Even AMC ripping here. I don't know RDI at all, but RDI is not. But well, look at Snap. Look at the market. Sorry, White. I know I'm sorry. I'm being a little rude here. I'm eating something. I'll put myself on mute. Okay, just a second. All right, boy, was that good. Okay, I better put my announcement here. I'll be in the marketing meeting in about 2.5 minutes or so. So, the only issue I've got with MCS is it can be a little bit spready, so I just want to make sure the bottom doesn't fall out. Because my Dow is not updating, what is the Dow up right now, please? Can somebody just tell me? I know I could reload trade ideas. I just don't want to. 363, thank you. 370, thank you. Well, if we finish positive today, do you think maybe we could have one more day positive tomorrow? Not asking much. Oh man, catch up to the ask. We got 1023, 1041 on the bid ask for MCS. I'm not going to hang around that much, but you see, this is what I'm talking about. Just need that bid to catch up to the ask. Without it, it's going to hard. Well, people are taking mids. All right, guys, the meeting has started, so I have to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. Interesting, interesting marketing meeting. So, guys, I'm out of the MCS. You probably saw that I had a line right there. I took most of it out at 10:53 and just underneath. So that again, just the trade right from that similar. Now, granted, I did have it also in my watch list, but had I not seen it in my watch list, I mean, it was just such an obvious thing to keep an eye on. Oh, personal stuff, Chris. Internal stuff. Just interesting. It's always interesting. The marketing meetings are always interesting. So let me just get rid of this. All right. Well, I bet you would. IFMK guys trying to pop off 2 has some room. And I do see that WHD actually did eventually move up. So actually, pretty, without intense scrutinization, a heck of a day right now for the for my simulator. And again, I delayed it. I mean, I know I had it running right off the bat, and there were some interesting ones right off the bat. Well, right off the bat, 15 minutes into the market. But I'm telling you, guys, I mean, I am finding, I don't know if this is going to be the norm. Maybe it's just the nature of the market right now, but I'm finding some just great trades later on. Yes, Vicky, actually, you weren't, I actually discussed them a little bit earlier. Except for this obvious, crazy, stupid one, the NBY, that actually got down to about 60 odd cents. But if you look at, I'll show you them, okay? SPTN. I'll put them side by side. SPTN, the alert was at 15.18. SPTN. Now it was choppy. This is not a great example, but it did get up to 16.79 from 15.18. This was a really good one. The WVE. I mean, it's only at 14.70 now, but the alert was at 14.61 WVE, and that was a lot earlier. So it got as high, and then it got up to 17.15. It had a pullback, and then it got up to 17.15. The PD was an earnings play, 17.68. Not maybe as dynamic as those other two, but I'm just looking at this as a watch list more than anything. But I noticed yesterday there were also some good ones. Okay, so the market's now almost at the high of the day, almost, in the SPY anyway. Well, Danny boy, okay, I see. I think I saw. There it goes. In fact, there it is. There's a SPY at the high of the day right now. Let's everybody, have some good thoughts. All I'm looking for is another day positive. It doesn't have to be up 1,000. Be up 1 point, just 2 days in a row. Well, I mean, listen, you want to bring alerts before the move happens. Look at Eli. Remember I shorted Eli yesterday. Look at all the bounces today. It depends what you're looking for, Danny boy. I mean, I'm a guy who likes to see stocks near the highs of the day or the lows of the day and then breaking out from there. So, I mean, my watch list, I mean, if you had just looked at my watch list all day long, you would have had some excellent trades. I mean, I know what you really want is, okay, here's a stock and here's an alert and these are stocks that are going to move right after the alert. I mean, it's I wish I could say yes, that's the crystal ball, but I mean, just follow the strong stocks and let them set up a little bit. And following strong stocks, strong stocks. These are strong stocks here. These are typically, in my watch list, are typically strong stocks. All right. So you saw me. You saw me on the MCS. Okay. You saw that trade. You must have heard. Did you hear me talking about it? Okay, well, maybe you should have me not on mute. Sorry. I mean, so look at MCS. MCS, the alert was at 985, okay, at 110. For the longest time, it really didn't do that much, okay? But what I did notice is that CNK, which was also doing this little rip move, and look what it's in. I mean, this is in the motion pictures theaters, except for drive-ins, and so is this one. That came up on the similar stock window. So I said to everybody in the room that listened to me, I said, I love to take this if it can just break over the whole number, okay? And so I waited and I waited, and I had an alert, a price alert. It's gone now, and when it took out the whole number, and I glanced at CNK to make sure it was still going. So I took the trade. Now, I mean that's just the way I trade, though. Well, you can get a sound alert for my alerts, Sherry. So, again, just to look at this one. So you could say, well, heck, the move was already made back here, and you're right. I mean, wonderful to get it right there. But look at the market, the way it's been. This could have just, if the market taken a big turn for the worst, who knows what would have happened. But it started to set up well here. So even though you're missing maybe that first bit, but that's still a great percentage move to get into something at 10.06. And, I got out most of it in around the 10.50 mark and in a very short period of time. So Sherry, my alerts, they already have, or you can already have a sound alert on it. Any alert window can have a sound alert on it. Well, I'm certainly not asking you to follow me. That's not really what I was getting at. What I was really getting at, though, you want to trade your own scanner alerts. Well, what are your scanners looking for, as an example? You see, I'm not a great pullback player at all. I could be one. I said, well, great. I could maybe try to concentrate more on it, but that would take me away from the things that I like to see, as an example. So, yeah, scalp trading, that's definitely not my forte. Some people say that's all I do. I don't. Depends it depends how to define scalping. I define scalping, getting 5-6 cents. Do I ever do a trade like that? Yes, but not because I'm going into it thinking that's what I'm going to get out of it. Yeah, we don't have a relative volume. We don't have a relative volume like what you're talking about. We just have the relative volume filter. So you know how to build that, though. I'm assuming that you've already got that then with the 25 million max float. Yeah, I know I'm jumping around here, but Commodore, yeah, this is still in development. The reason why it's not, it's because Michael, who's putting this together, he doesn't like the way who would these percentages are. For me, I don't care. I'm using it as a watch list. You only got one AI alert today. You must not have them open then. I mean, there have been a ton of AI alerts. I mean, here are the AI alerts today. I don't understand how you could only see one AI alert. Did you reload trade ideas from should always close it down and then reload it fresh every morning, number one. Yeah, I mean, they're right here. Okay. How are you loading it? Are you going from new AI/Holly strategy trades window? Is that what you're doing? So you have this window? See, why wouldn't you create your own layout? I understand the default layout, but why wouldn't you create your own layout? Give it a name. And if you don't know how to do that, I can show you. But I don't think I ever use the default layout. Okay, so here's my layout, right? What you see plus other windows, other scanners, if you will, or just other trade ideas windows on my other screens. Okay, I've got two other monitors. Okay, I see you asked that question. Well, what we have is 51 million. Okay, for the float for SBBP. Okay, so if you have multiple monitors, and I'll just show you what you can do if you have multiple monitors. So take the tool. MCS is right back up. I'm not in it anymore. Okay, so take your toolbar and put it in the top left-hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor. Obviously, this is my main monitor, the one I share with you. Okay, put all your windows as you want them, arrange them as you want them on your main monitor. And then put all the other windows on your other monitors exactly where you want them. Okay, once you do that, I'm just going over this step, Commodore. So then once you do that, click on Tools, Options, and then Layouts. Click on Layouts, and then check the Open Relative to Main window. Okay, and then save it. So when you reload trade ideas, when you shut it down and then reload, all your windows will be in exactly the same spot. Okay? Now, once you have your layout, and it's probably going to be the layout that you'll use most of the time. I don't switch between layouts at all. What I might do is I might take a window out and add one in, okay? But I don't like radically change my layout. I don't say, okay, this is what I'm using from 9:30 to 10:30, and then here's my 10:30 to noon, and here's my, I don't do that at all. I have one layout basically. So once I have that layout, File, and here's what you should do for the cloud, save or share to cloud. So File, save or share to cloud. I click on entire layout, give it a name. Give it a name. and then save it. So give it, Danny Boy's layout or Commodore's layout. You can have variations of it, of course, but that's basically all I do. And then save it. Now it's in the cloud. Why it's important to have your layout in the cloud is if anything happens to your computer, or you can have trade ideas on multiple devices. So instead of having to recreate all your layouts every time, you just load them from the cloud. You download, if you have a laptop, just download the program to your laptop and then file load from, and then file load from cloud, and you'll find your layout and load it. Okay, so does that make sense, Commodore? And then also what I do every night when I exit trade ideas, file, exit, and save layout. Yep. This goes to this goes to your computer, your local, sort of a local save. And say yes, and that's it. Tomorrow when I open up, everything will be exactly where I want it. Okay, good. So guys, we're getting set to wrap this up. Quite a day again. Finally, I can say quite a day on the good side. Okay, and again, I just want to make sure if you want to take out a subscription, this will almost for sure disappear tonight. The promo code PADDY, P-A-D-D-Y, all in caps. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, all right? So if you're on the West Coast like me, don't try to get it at 10 o'clock tonight. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, 20% savings off either the first month. Well, here's the yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus that 20%, or the standard, $10.68 minus the 20%. Again, the big difference is, the AI is in the premium. And if you wanted to auto trade anything, you do need a premium subscription. But if you're unsure, no need to start off with, the major plan. Just start off with a standard monthly. See if you like us. $118 less the 20%. Or the premium monthly, $228 less the 20%. And as always, if you decide you like us a lot and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from monthly to an annual subscription, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 20% promo code. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, Nona. You can auto trade anywhere in the world. Nothing. We're not country specific. Yeah, you need an Interactive Brokers account, but IB is in so many countries around the world, including Canada. Yes. Just Interactive Brokers. Right now, just Interactive Brokers. We thought we'd probably have a deal with E-Trade by now, but with everything that's happened, including, look at CNK. Oh my goodness. And I'm not, that's one big ouch on me, for me, boy. Oh, wow. Look at MCS. David or Farriot, are you still listening? So again, I'll stick around if there are any questions, but I will. Otherwise, I'll shut the room at 3. You too, Thomas. Well, listen, the watch list doesn't always act like this. So, but yesterday and today, I mean, unbelievable action in the watch list, and a great. Just as a watch list, guys, just as a watch list, looking at it all day long, you can make it easy on yourself. Especially if you're new to trading, that's why I create the watch list for you and me now, not just believe me, not just you guys. Okay, well, there was an early alert for Berg. I'm just looking at the early alert for Berg at 140. It got up to 214. But again, you had to be not that quick. I mean, this is a 15-minute candle, so another early alert for IFMK at 234. It got up to 284. Rave 133. Got up to 183. I'm just looking at the early alerts. NGL is still kind of solid. 238 up to 291. RST is still active here, 1230, 1255. Let's see some that actually did not work. DO. Just a little lag in the charts, noticing DO. So it was at 321, got stopped out. Well, today may be a coincidence that you had them all in your momentum. It just lays it out, of course, for you. I mean, it lays it out, the entry time and the stop. I don't know if you have stops. I mean, it just lays it out, the entry price and then the stop. So it helps you manage the trade a lot better. I don't advocate auto trading the AI. Auto trading in that you just allow the system to take you out of the trade. If you'd done that, you would never have been able to take full advantage of those first 4 or 5 that had incredible percentage gains. But then, for whatever reason, once Apron hit its apex, once it started to drop, they all started to drop. Yeah, I don't know about RIP either. It looks like it's actually starting to fade a bit. Okay, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. So are there any other questions? So you're looking at daily charts or a weekly chart, like a buy, and yeah. So those are just previous AI alerts from previous days, and you can actually see how it did. I mean, look at Apron. I mean, I'm looking at that one right now because I have it up. So 2 days ago, it had a suggested entry of 633. Now, do they all work like this? That in 2 days it goes up to whatever that is? Come on. Jeez. $28 from a buy recommendation of 633 2 days ago. But that's what it means. All right, everybody. You shouldn't see. Well, you'll see the close, yeah, because it closes like all the AI trades close on the same day. You know, even so, a buy and a sell. So they do close on the same day. Maybe that's what you're saying. Well, if you hover over, I'm hovering over an apron, I'm hovering over the buy. You know, May 17th, entry 633. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you see anything from previous days, buy, these are all AI, previous days AI alerts, or a sell. You know, obviously, this would have been pretty incredible. You know, there was a sell signal 2614 2 days ago for PLCE, and it got down to 929. I'm not saying they're all like this, but give me an example of one, Nona. Well, give me an example of a symbol. If you are using the simulator, that you're going to see the buy and sell the same day. Yes. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, I'm going to go while the SPY is still up, okay? I don't want to hang around to see the SPY go down. So I'm going to go when the SPY is still up. So, hope everybody has a great evening. Take care, and we will see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay? So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh.